tired. Night. Ah, spaghetti. Ah, ravioli. Ah, mamma mia.
Come back when you can put up a fight.
who the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do. I had no idea.
tu as sommeil? sir.
Good morning, Pura Vida. How's everybody for day 2? All right. Workshop stage. I'm Reverend Hodl. I'm going to hang out and chatter in between things, but it's not about hearing what I'm saying. It's about hearing what our great guests have to say. And this is about setting up relays. So there's some, on the monitor, we do have the desktop. And just a heads up, we're working on a way that we can maybe share this into a network. No promises, but we're working on that. And if we can, I'll announce it and I'll let you know. So in that case, if you have a laptop or something you're working on and maybe you log on to the guest network on the phone, we hopefully, again, we're still in development, but we hopefully will be able to show you that screen on your phone or your desktop for that matter. All right. So setting up relays, and this is going to be a tech talk for y'all. Thank you. I'm just listening in my ear back to production. By the way, let's just kind of set this thing up. What is happening from the jungle of Uvita? We are sending live feeds. There are cameras, there are laptops that are showing desktops. Feeds are going back to broadcast operations where we got producers that are listening. That's why I got this earpiece in and I'm listening to what they're telling us back home, because we're also presenting this live to an online audience. So I should remind you, if you are sensitive with privacy and you do not want to be in a camera shot, no problem. We're going to keep the camera focused at the stage and maybe the front couple of rows, 2 or 3 rows, you might be in a shot. So again, if privacy is a sensitive issue for you, sit behind the 3rd row. Maybe it's harder to see the display, I understand. But again, we're trying to oblige all concerns here. All right, so let's get up to Nabisimo Prime. And he's going to talk to us about relays. Welcome, our first speaker of the day.
Thanks. Morning, Pura Vida. All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Cool. All right. So today we're going to go over running your own relay. And I think one of the easiest implementations out there are many, would be Kamiri's Nostr. And this is one of the most prevalent relays out there, and Andre Nevis also made an incredibly easy to follow guide that you could set one of these up in about 5 minutes. Is anybody out there running their own relay already or running Nostr? Cool. Like I said, there's very minimal setup on this. This is meant to run in a Ubuntu server hosted in a cloud environment. You can spin up that server in DigitalOcean, Linode, AWS, and an EC2 instance, or really anywhere that you can host an Ubuntu server in the cloud. And I guess you could also do this on a Raspberry Pi, I would assume. There might need to be some modifications made. I haven't experimented with any of like the relays run off of a Bitcoin node, but anyway, the prerequisites for this are obviously setting up an account at a cloud hosting provider or wherever you're going to set that up. I'm utilizing Linode in this case. I think it's very easy to use, very user-friendly, and you can just set up. You can get a lot of free credits as well for signing up for some of these cloud hosting providers like Linode or DigitalOcean. You usually get a couple $100 in credits if you just want to play around. For this, I'm going a little bit lower than the recommended resources. It's usually recommended using about something with 8 gigabytes of RAM. We're just doing a demo, and I'm going to take this down right after, so I'm not going to go ahead and run it with that, but I won't walk through signing up all that. Signing up with Linode and getting the server started itself, we'll just kind of start from the guide. First thing you want to do is update, and I should also mention that this guide and this set of instructions is meant and tested with Ubuntu 22.10, which is one of the, I think, the latest release at the moment. So one of the first things you'll definitely want to do is update your apt repository locally. And I've already gone through and done some of this stuff ahead of time. Part of the reason is we were waiting on, or I didn't want you guys to have to wait for DNS propagation, which sometimes can take a while, but another thing you'll have to do is purchase a domain name. As you can see, I've been playing around with a number of domains this morning, with just a random domain I had bought, and you'll need to set up some DNS records so that people can actually address your relay by the actual URL as opposed to entering an IP address or something of that sort. So I've already gone ahead and done this and checked that these records were propagating to the correct domain name. Okay, there's my setup. There's also a few other requisite programs you'll need to install when setting this up. I've trimmed down some of the instructions on here and kind of forked this just to simplify it. I took out some of this stuff, and I'm running just a local Nginx server, Docker, and the regular Docker engine and Docker Compose, as well as certbot to get the SSL certificate so that people can connect over HTTPS. Let's go ahead and move over. So I've also broken up some of these, and like I said, I kind of went through some of these ahead of time so that we're not waiting, but you would just go ahead and all these packages can be installed with the app repository. I've already gone ahead and done that on here. Once you have those set up, you'll want to clone the repo. I am just using the fork that I had made because I'm more familiar with it at this point, and I'm not sure. There's been so much change in the project. I'm not sure how well the guide that I'm going off of matches up to the existing project. I know somebody had been trying it recently, and I was helping them set up a relay, and it just didn't seem to be working, and it seems like there's been a lot, it's just evolving so rapidly, like a lot of the Nostr projects are. Once you've cloned the relay, cloned the repo, you can just go cd into that, and you have all the files you're going to need all packaged up within one directory to be able to run this relay. Again, there's some stuff here that is stuff that I've added that I've just been playing with, so you can ignore some of this. One of the other things I haven't tried, is anybody tried running this relay over Tor yet? Successfully? No? Okay. That's something I'd like to play with a little bit, but we're going to be running on ClearNet for this purpose. And the first step, before we actually bring up any containers, is we're going to have to set up our Nginx reverse proxy and get that SSL certificate. So I was already testing, kind of scrambling to get this ready this morning. So I did set this up, so I'll just go ahead and delete the existing Nginx configuration because it's not going to know where to proxy that traffic to. And And then we can open up a text editor. And we're going to add this server block here so that we can redirect incoming traffic to the host to our Docker containers where the application is actually running. Go ahead and save that. And normally there's also some other stuff. I'm running as root right now, which is inadvisable in almost all situations. But I didn't want to go through creating the user, adding that user to the Docker group, restarting to apply that change. And there's just a lot of other stuff that you would have to go through in the background that I think should be explained, or there is explanation of it in the documentation for the Nostr repo. So we can go ahead and just make sure that that worked. Perfect. We'll want to go ahead and restart the service to apply those changes. All right. Now, the final step for configuring the reverse proxy server is getting that SSL certificate. And its certbot is incredibly easy to use. It's just one command. They already have an Nginx plugin if you're using that for your reverse proxy, but there are other tools that you could use to achieve the same results, but I love using Nginx. I think it's very easy to use. You just go ahead and plug in your domain name, which I also did up here for the server name. So the traffic destined for that is going to end up going to the port we need it to. I'll go ahead and run this. And I will caution you that you can only run this so many times or request so many certificates within a certain time period. I think it's like 5 times within a 24-hour time period. And I found that out the hard way as I was kind of troubleshooting some of the stuff, which is why you see so many subdomains in there, as I had to keep changing it up and going back and fixing that. But I'll go ahead and replace just so you guys can see the prompts that come up and what it is supposed to look like. Okay, usually you put in your email. It must have remembered mine. You can put in a fake email and just hit yes through a couple of prompts, but right now we should have a SSL certificate provision to that domain, and it adds it right to the into the appropriate directory for Nginx. So you can see that this wasn't here before. Normally you'd have to add all that manually, but that's certbot making it easier for you. The last thing we'll do is we're going to go ahead and bring there are some scripts that I actually didn't see before. These might be in the newer. Nope, it is here. There are some scripts so that you can just run a single command if you don't feel like memorizing any Docker commands, Docker Compose specifically. It's pretty easy otherwise, but you could go ahead and just do something like, this should bring up your container, but, oh, you know what? I glossed over one other thing. So this is our Docker Compose file, and this is basically us just laying out all of the specifications for our containers, and we're going to be able to bring this up in one simple command. Best practice, there are some other things you can do to encrypt secrets that you want here. I would definitely go through and change the database user passwords. I think there's only a couple of things. It's a Postgres database user, and just customize it for your own needs. Otherwise, a lot of these containers, if you don't change all of the instances of where the old password was used, there's a health check on these containers that the rest of them aren't going to start because they're going to report an unhealthy status when it's checking for the default Nostr user and password, and you've put in your own, and you can save yourself a lot of time troubleshooting by either using a simple sed script or just going through and making sure that every occurrence of, I think it's Nostr TS relay is the default, both user, password, and database name. Changing all those, and then you should be able to bring everything up. But so when we're in the directory of the where all the Docker Compose files are, this does need to be run from that directory if you're using this specific command. I know that Kamiri had packaged some of the commands to run with npm, and presumably you might be able to run those outside of other directories, but usually when you're running Docker Compose, it needs to have the Docker to bring these up, bring these containers live. It's a very simple command. We're just going to run Docker Compose up. This will be a blocking process if we run this like this. We're going to do this just to show all the logs. Normally you would just add the -d to run it in detached mode where you wouldn't have the logs and you could just go about other business and close the shell. If you close the shell when it's running with outputting all the logs to standard out, you're going to kill the process, and when you go to try and post to your relay and you're wondering why it's not connecting, it's because those containers aren't running. All right, it looks like we are up and running. And we can do a test. One of the ways to, or a great tool for testing if your WebSocket connection is working as a troubleshooting step is using WebSocket King. And you can go ahead and prefix your domain name with WSS//. We'll see if other people can connect. We are connected. That's good. Our proxy's working. It's able to connect to the container we want it to. Let's go ahead and all right, this is something apparently it saved. I made a user right before this, but let's go ahead and add this to our relays. All right, green, we're looking good. And it's pulling up the metadata as well. I should actually go and show you how to change that as well so that you can put your npub and make sure that people can contact you if they have anything to discuss about your relay, or if you just want credit, but you can also keep the default user, which I believe is Kamiri. Yeah, I guess it's just a matter if you want to be running your relay publicly. And again, this is one of the most basic relay, I shouldn't say basic, easy to use relay implementations out there. There's more stuff that you can add here, updating the NIPs that the relay supports so that people can, I guess, make note of that and connect to it if you have some desirable NIP that other relays aren't supporting at the time. And this is evolving pretty fast. So as you can see, this is the older fork that I had done. I'd be interested to see how many more NIPs this supports after they've been working on this for a couple of months. But let's go ahead and do a test post to make sure this is working as well. And it looks like we're, no. I am not sure that this is posting to here if I'm just having trouble loading it, but normally I would expect to see some logs about incoming connections because we're not running it in detached mode right now. But as far as I can tell, this is a healthy running relay. It might just be some loading on the client side. But as you can see, it is pretty easy to set up your own relay if you take the time to set up a Ubuntu server. You can have this running in less than 15 minutes if you cut out all the explanation. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. Oh.
All right. So for me, it's really to summarize, to see if I understand correctly. So you're running in NGINX on an Ubuntu server.
Correct.
You're using Certbot for the SSL.
Yep.
Then you're running a Nostr Docker container that points to the same port as you put in your NGINX settings, right? And you used WebSocket King, it was called, to test the connection?
Correct, yeah. And that's just to test the viability of the WebSocket connection in general. There's still a lot of things that can go wrong after that, but it's a good first troubleshooting step.
Yeah, no, it's a great tool for my toolkit now. And then you used Snort Social to put the meta info for the relay itself.
So the meta info from the relay is actually in, I always go to the wrong one. Is it in here? I think that's not even the right one. I guess the metadata for the relay is actually in the code itself, and when it builds the container, it is, here we go. This is where you're going to find a lot of that stuff that we saw in the page we pulled up in Snort Social. It's presented differently in different relay explorers. I know in like Nostr Watch, I haven't checked that in a while, but we're not on there, but we can check what they show.
So quick question in between, do we then need to overwrite those settings of the Docker container?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do we need to overwrite that default data for the Docker container? Like if you want to put your own meta info in there?
I certainly would. Otherwise, it's going to show as Kamiri's name, and you should leave the GitHub repo just so people know what software you are running, but let's see, this is my, oh wow, a lot has changed even in a week. This is another relay that I'm running, but this also comes up with a lot of the uptime availability for your own node, not node, relay, your pub key, the software that you're running, and the NIPs, just presented in a different way. But the short answer to your question is yes, you should overwrite that. That would be in the settings, or excuse me, package.json within the actual repository, and you'll want to do that before you bring the container up. Otherwise, you'll want to rebuild the container before you're bringing it up, because it's just going to build with the defaults that were in there.
All right, thank you so much. I have the basic understanding now.
Excellent.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm running the Rust relay with Postgres, and it's a free relay running on my on-premises dedicated server. I'm running into I/O problems like I/O bottlenecks, and also I'm getting spammed like crazy. So, do you have any advice on how to maintain my database so it doesn't get overwhelmed by spam? Maybe firewall rules, and how I can relieve the I/O bottlenecks.
I am very unfamiliar with Rust, so I don't know if there's anything specific to that, but as far as mitigating spam, firewall rules could help. I noticed in some implementations we have, right now I didn't add any firewall rules to this, so I guess we could actually see what we're listening on. Another thing that I would also recommend, and I can't remember if I went through it in this branch that I'm using right now, is making a Docker network so that you're not just binding all of the containers to your local host port and then having those globally available, like your Postgres database exposed, that especially if you didn't change the default username and password, people could just log in to your database. And I mean, a lot of it's public info, so it's not a bank or something, but somebody could come in and just delete your database, put malicious, I guess, entries in there, or just, it's not something you want somewhere in there. But I would strongly advise trying to make a paid relay. That's something a lot of people are experimenting with to fight spam. I only very recently realized that one of the relays I'm running is probably about 75% spam, because it is public, it's not paid. I had been monitoring everything from an infrastructure level, and everything looked normal, but I wasn't paying too much attention to the application layer until I actually decided to filter the global traffic from just my relay, and realized that, like I said, 75% of the traffic is spam. I'm paying to store all that, relay that, and it's going to affect performance negatively as well. So it's something I'm certainly looking to experiment more with. I know that Zebedee had made an incredibly easy to follow guide about converting your relay into a paid relay. And you can charge whatever you feel comfortable with, 1,000 sats or whatever, and people can post and use that relay. But that's certainly something I'm looking to experiment more with, hopefully while I'm down here. Okay.
So, 15 minutes after I boot up my machine, I have a running relay and I put it online and make it public. Can you describe what should I expect? What kind of data is going to be populated in the database? What is the relay storing, and for how long? Like you talked about spam, and obviously it's going to hold notes, but do those notes get purged after a period of time, or?
They shouldn't. And one of the considerations you want to take is this is already done in the Docker compose file, but by nature, a Docker container is ephemeral, so it's not meant for persistent storage. You'll want to mount a volume to your host so that you are storing that, because at some point you're going to need to restart your container, and if you just lose all your data, and it's not helpful. You want that to be there. Another cool feature that this has is this actually has a database cache. It's running a Redis cache, so that those more frequently queried notes are stored in like key value pairs and can be retrieved easier by the actual relay application that you're running.
So how do you control storage capacity? Like
That's a
prevent
great
your database filling up, or your key value store filling up?
That is a great question. I'm just kind of letting it ride right now. I haven't had too much time to play with optimizing the database. I think that Kamiri did a much better job designing the database on this relay than I have in another relay that I wrote. I think his queries are a lot more effective, but like I said, you do want that information to persist, so I'm not sure at this point. I know that the more people you have running or posting to your relay, using your relay, that it obviously is going to take up more space, and it comes down to how much are you willing to pay a month if you're having this in a hosted environment. Do you need to pay for other volumes to mount to it? And it can get expensive pretty fast, so it really depends on what your use case is. Are you just tinkering, or are you actually trying to run a production relay that can accommodate hundreds, thousands of users and their data? In that case, that can get expensive pretty fast in cloud fees.
I'm interested in running a relay with the European provider, and one of the things it's asking me in the agreement to host is whether or not I'm considered to be processing personal information. Is a relay considered to be processing personal information, or can I tick the box that says I do not process personal information?
That is another great question. I usually click out of boxes like that, but I guess it depends on what your definition of personal is. I could see somebody making the argument that that is personal information, but I think it comes down to really personally identifiable information. So are you storing people's real names? Are you storing email addresses? And while you're not doing that unless you've added something else on that, I don't know, is tracking that sort of stuff, I'm not sure where the liability falls in there. Like if people are just posting notes with personally identifiable information in that, and if you would be liable in that situation. I'd imagine you could be, so it might be worth trying to host it in somewhere that isn't
Asking that question?
Asking that question, or falling under the jurisdiction of GDPR or something? Yeah.
GDPR, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
That's just what I wanted to add. Look up GDPR, because IP addresses, I think, are not considered personal information, but some people use their real name on the platform that is considered personal information. But then the GDPR also makes a reference to special personal information, which is birth dates, race, religion, everything a person can be discriminated upon. So there's like different levels. Look into it.
Hi. You mentioned that a big percentage of the content that you receive is basically spam. And I'm just curious to know, how do you know that? I mean, technically speaking, right? Does it have some monitoring capabilities, or is it just because you are a developer and you can just query the database and get that information by yourself?
That was a realization I made only after filtering on Snort down to my global feed for the relay. I do monitor. I have a dashboard set up here where I'm monitoring all the infrastructure related stuff. So for instance, everything looked pretty normal on here as far as resource consumption. I wasn't seeing large spikes or any database performance issues that would otherwise cause alarm. I was kind of hoping this would load faster, but no, to answer your question, I wasn't going in and looking for running any like stored procedures, looking for any abnormal queries or anything of that sort. I was very surprised when I opened up the global feed and saw, you know, just all these posts in presumably Mandarin or another language. I did see some from the relay that we're looking at right now is actually in a sandbox environment that I set up for our Bitcoin meetup, and it's so people can log in and just kind of play and not worry about breaking things on their own computer or setting up a server in the cloud. But I imagine that you could set up a query or stored procedures to regularly check for that sort of thing. Again, I think the best tool to begin with would be preventing people from getting onto that by making it a paid relay. But I think that's certainly something worth exploring about cleaning up your database as well, because if you do find that stuff that's there, you're paying for it, and I think it's okay to get rid of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. I think we're probably, oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
I assume I could make this private if I wanted to? Like,
yeah, you could.
Make it a private relay?
You could use it privately.
Yeah.
There are a couple different ways you could do that. My kind of hacky solution to that would be, one, not posting about it places, but I guess clients would still need to query it if other people were retrieving information for you, or I guess what would the use case be?
To restrict it to a certain group of people, like, I don't know, friends, family, just a small group?
I think the paid relay model would kind of be the easiest option there, just based on some of the guides. I haven't delved too far into that. This is very much a public relay. So I'd be interested to hear what other people are doing to make their relays private outside of making it a paid relay. But unfortunately, I don't have a really good answer for that. Good.
Yeah, hi. I'm running the Nostr as well. I'm running one of the relays, and I wanted to change the domain name. Just redirect it. Is that something that's easy to do? Will that impact anybody that's on the relay?
That is a good question. I mean, people are going to, if you change the domain name, they're going to need to change that in their client. Changing a DNS record is very easy. You can also update your Nginx server to update that server block that we had made earlier to redirect to that domain name. But yes, if people were to continue using that, they would need to update that in their client. So I guess it depends how many people would be affected by that and if it's feasible to do so. But to actually change it on your end is pretty easy. You could just make a new record, DNS record.
Right. I just didn't want to impact anybody, so maybe I'll just leave it the same. Okay. Thanks.
Cool. Good. All right. Thank you guys so much.
All right, let's hear it once again. Nabisimo Prime on setting up relays. Yeah, this is, people coming up here and sharing, that's what this is all about. And now that you know how to set up a relay, we're going to talk about how to create markets. So that's the session coming up. That's pretty exciting. So you might want to stick around for that. I know there's a lot going on between the two stages, so there is a live stream. It will be archived, so if you missed something, you can check that out. And on that note, it's kind of funny. I got word yesterday, somebody, who is this guy that keeps popping up on stage? Shout out to Invest in Access. Hello. This is one of our organizers. She's remote, so it just shows you the complexity of this conference and what's going on. But she was ready to call security remotely because I kept popping up on stage. So anyhow, I'm Hodl, and not that I'm going to shill, but I'll just give you a little background. I'm a founder of a company called Play Full Screen, and we just saw that live streaming was going to be critical here, so we kind of threw our hand up and said, hey, maybe we can do this. I've been in streaming for about 30 years, but I got to say I've never streamed a conference out of a jungle. So yeah, with great weather. But it's working great from what I hear, and of course it's all about the online audience as well as all you here. And if the online audience is listening, we're going to look at getting live chat. So we have questions from the audience, which is great, but we want to get the online audience involved as well. So we're working on that. So if you're listening online, heads up, go into the chat. We'll have somebody monitoring, and they will feed your questions through to a person at the stages themselves. Okay, we're going to get back to back to workshop. Quick changeover, but please stick around. Markets with Nostr. It's going to be incredible. Idea. If you need to, you can put it on the table. Just if you ever do, please point the microphone back.
Okay, like that. Mark.
Just in case. Are you wanting Pablo up here? Some shit. Are you wanting Pablo up here as well?
Oh yeah, Pablo. You want to come up here?
This isn't going to make this. I got it.
Grab a chair, Pablo.
No, there's one over here. One on the other side of Ben. Chair?
Yeah, but it's for Mark. That's a crowded stage.
I'm always worried, like on stages like this, you back up and like flip over.
I know, eh?
Everything syncs up. If it doesn't, you can't.
So who's Mark? Cool.
So he's not a dev himself.
Ah, there we go, and it came through. Look at that. So between our two different clients there, we just used the relay. Like, you saw how quickly it was to make that relay, and it doesn't end there, right? So this is the interesting bit, payment. So we can charge people
like that.
for storage.
Okay.
So if we want, I might want my tweets to be saved. Or
so we get.
I can then pay this relay to storage messages for me, and I can set that fee there. I can also do this is the one where the funds are going to be sent to as well. Cost to join.
Hey, Ben.
So maybe
Well,
it's
look.
cost a flat
How's it
rate
going?
to
How are you doing?
1,000 sites you can join every year. And then some economic incentive not to get into by posting storage costs, so we can do a...
I feel like I'll probably have the IQ of
there.
40 points.
And then we also have...
And I don't drink alcohol. Okay.
It's
just the heat sapping out your life force. Yeah, yeah. When you want to speak.
That should go right.
Karaoke night.
Are you enjoying the conference, Ben? Great. Yeah, fantastic.
Okay.
Good vibe. Yeah, it's like
Photo relay info.
it reminds me of the first Lightning Hack Day conferences, where a lot of good projects kind of span out from. Right.
So where you can go to join.
Are we ready to go? I'll be free here now.
And so now, I have to, in order to be able to use this relay, I have to get a public key.
Hey, hey! No, forget I said that. Yeah, I love the memes, and we're creating our own Nostrica memes as well, and our own Nostr memes, and you know, I think a lot of really, really wonderful stuff is going to come out of this conference. That was the whole objective. None the least of which, how do we make some money, or sats in this case, and let's find out how to do that with an incredible panel. 5 brilliant developers within the space. You'll recognize most of them, but they'll introduce themselves one way or another, or I'm not going to do introductions just for the brevity of the situation. Let's get right into the panel of working with markets in Nostr.
Hey everyone. I'm P2X, or Patrick, and I'm a 4-month-old Nostrich and a 3-month-old Bitcoiner, I guess. And when I worked at getting my LN URL thing in my profile, I quickly saw the potential of doing a little project with my son, who's a musician, to sell his music. But I didn't know where to start, and so I figured I would ask some guys today. And that's pretty much the purpose. So I'm a technical guy, I can code, but I don't understand Lightning, I don't understand Nostr protocol. I can put together some pieces of relays or whatever, servers and so on, compile some code and run it. And I just wanted to spend some time you know, figuring out and understanding from those guys, is there some pieces I can put together to sell my son's music on Nostr? Which ones are they? What level of maturity? Is it difficult? Should I wait? Can I try something? And so yeah, so that's pretty much the idea. Before we start and get those guys going, because then I'll stop after that. I wanted to see, is there some non-Nostr, non-Lightning devs here, but people who are sort of tech hobbyists and tech savvy? Yeah, they are.
Which is just completely.
So music is one use case, but there's tons of others. Every has its challenge, I guess, and this is what we're here to talk about. So, question for you guys: where should I start if I want to sell some stuff over Nostr?
Now repo, because
I'll jump in. So my name is Jeff. I think the best solution is actually no solution. So I think simply enough with Nostr, you can just jump on and put a note out that says, you know, you have this thing to sell. You've got zaps; they're already built in. There's a little bit of coordination there, obviously, but there's a guy, Ben Justman, who has a winery out in Colorado, I think, who's been selling bottles of wine across Nostr, and he just, you know, puts picture of the bottle up, says what the price is, he says zap me, and then, you know, DM me your address and I'll mail it to you. So I think if you were looking for the simplest possible solution, like start with what you already have and that you don't have to build.
Yeah, but then there's one thing that comes to mind is, how do I trust the guy? How do I make sure he's going to ship it to me if I send him the sats? And then the opposite is true as well, you know, if he sells stuff, how does he make sure I'm going to pay him, and how does that happen?
they give me a lift somewhere, and then I leave some reputation for them, and those reputations then stuck to my keys. And what that means
So from my perspective, again, I'm not sure how many times I'm going to repeat this, but you don't need to trust the guy on the other side. You just need to trust the technology beneath. So, like you trust eBay, like you trust Amazon, that the item is going to be delivered somehow. You are not trusting the seller in reality, you are trusting or the marketing, the big brands does. And the same for Nostr, you are not trusting the other guy somehow, you are trusting Nostr that your payment going to be delivered and your item going to be delivered as well.
There's no reputation system involved, so they're just meeting someone out the blue.
Yeah, I mean, you can very easily socially shame somebody. If I'm going to buy some music from someone, and then that's a good system. I just send them a zap, and then DM them my details for them to, or an email or something. I don't know, whatever I have to DM them to get the music. Or they'd maybe just, I suppose they would just DM me a link for the music. That would work even better, wouldn't it? When you send the zap, they would just automatically DM you. But yeah, it's a nice, easy solution. And actually, if they rip you off, it's very easy to go onto your Nostr client and say, this public key scammed me, and there's some proof there as well. So I think that's a good solution. A reputation, yeah. Reputation is the huge part of any sort of market or buying and selling, which happens on Nostr. And I think people are actively trying to tackle that issue. But we could have like actual markets, like we built Nostr Market on LMBits, which I demoed yesterday, and that works really well. But for the case of just selling music or selling bottles of wine from a local producer, then absolutely, like, just harnessing the power of the social media network is great. It's a good idea.
Don't trust the subs though. Don't just rely on subs data. Because otherwise Ben the Carman and Semisol, they're gonna get all your stuff for free.
But so Ben, you've got some extensions, right? That would allow me to sell stuff.
Yeah. So we haven't the extension. I mean, we're releasing it this week, but I demoed it yesterday, and it kind of works okay. And then if you have an LMBits, you can just go to the extensions where you manage your extensions. You can install Nostr Market, which I've got installed here. You'll also need to install an extension called Nostr Client, because if you have a marketplace running, because Nostr is client-based, then you need somewhere to go and retrieve an invoice from. So you rather than have, as a merchant, your device on all the time so it can retrieve an invoice, we have this always-on client in LMBits. So if you have an LMBits install, you can have this always-on client. So someone requests an invoice to pay for something, and the always-on client will then send the data to the Nostr Market extension where it can create an invoice and then send it back. But by installing those two extensions, I did there's a really good demo of on YouTube for Nostr Market yesterday, and it's simple to use. It's easy to use once you've set up the client. With the client, you just have to select a relay. I've just got one relay here, and then once that's operating, it's fine. It'll work. And then in the market itself, you just it'll create you a merchant, and you have merchant keys. You can restore from keys as well if you want to, and then you have to create a shipping zone. That's the first thing you need to do. Or shipping zones. Then you create a stall. So the idea is that we're trying to simulate like a marketplace, and in a market, show little shops, and then you go to that shop and you'll pay for some stuff, and then you go to the next shop in the marketplace. And then the idea is that the marketplace is a front-end extension, and it can just pull in the public keys from all these merchants and pull in all their stalls with all their different products on. But say in our this merchant now is selling cakes, and then if I go to the market stall here, you can see the cake, which the product which they're selling. And if I want to add a new product to that, you could be selling a digital product, for example. Then if I go to the stall, the cake stall, I add a new product, and then I just put in an image URL, which I just got before, and then I'll sell some rainbow. Can everyone see this on the screen? Yeah, that's cool. Rainbow cakes, no description. What's the yum? There we are. Categories, cakes. So it's like a regular normal web shop type experience. You could denominate in fiat for stability. You can denominate in SATs if you want to, but if you denominate in fiat, it will do the conversion in the back end of LMBits when they request the invoice. So I'm going to sell my cake for 0.01, and I got 20 cakes for sale. And I'm going to create the product. Now I've created the product. So then, because in the marketplace front end, this is a very dumb front end as well. So you could run this marketplace front end on like
I think it's really
a GitHub.io website or whatever, and it's just a template framework which pulls in product data. So there's no reason to attack it. There's no reason to try and censor it because there's nothing there until the user pulls in the product data, and you do that via the public keys. So if I go to market here, I go to merchants. There's the public key of the merchant here. But you could add other public keys if you want to, and then we'll also have lists of public keys. And then I was thinking we could probably do something with the follow lists in Nostr to get it automatically to populate like similar products maybe. And then you're connected to a bunch of relays here. So then if I refresh this, let's see if it works. Am I getting my rainbow cakes? No, I didn't pull it in. There we are. My demo yesterday was so perfect. But then today it's not perfect for some reason. Yeah. Why did I risk it? I wonder why that is. That's funny. But yeah, it should. As I said, we haven't released it yet. We've got a few bugs we're ironing out this week. And this is one of those examples of one of those bugs. But if I that didn't render, so it's a shame. But if I go to visit stall, I can add that to my cart. And then I can go to pay for it and go to checkout. And then you can log in with keys if you want to as a customer. Because you might have some reputation. Because what I like about Nostr, I mean, you have it in traditional marketplaces, but you have reputation on both sides of the transaction. So the customer and the merchant has reputation. So you might want to keep your reputation as a customer and then log in using your keys. We will add the ability to log in with actually I think it's already in here. You can log in with your signing device, which I'll be doing a workshop for later. But for now I'm just going to generate a fresh set of keys and then whatever. And you can put in your information, your shipping information. I'm selecting the shipping zone, and then I go to checkout. And then let's see if we get an invoice. Something's not right. I think probably it might be the relay which I'm connected to. So basically, the way this works is all the clients are communicating via the relay. So there's no get or post requests or anything to any servers. So probably I need to set up more relays or something in the Nostr client for it to work. So for a fully working demo where it all worked perfectly, then check out the YouTube video of yesterday, of the talk yesterday. So I think it's like 1 minute, 1 hour 24 on the Nostrica.
I'll be asking more dumb questions, but don't leave me hanging. If you have questions, just raise your hand, pass the mic. I don't want to be alone asking dumb stuff. But so I have to run my relay. I have to run.
No, you don't need to run a relay.
No.
What's cool about this as well is you don't need to run a relay. You can if you want to. We have an extension for creating easily spinning up relays, which is also super powerful. And if you want, you could use that for your marketplace. But you can just connect to any old relays, and you're just publishing. They're just for DMs, so it's encrypted. Here's a bunch of products. The marketplace is subscribing to the public key. It gets the product list, and then it just lists the product list.
And where does the LN-bit framework run?
The LN-bits framework, well, currently I'm running it locally, just on my laptop.
Okay.
And you can do it locally. So as a merchant, you could just run this locally. You don't need to have DNS or anything. And the customer can do the same thing. But if you want, you can stick it on some VPS. It's up to you. Or you can put it on Tor or whatever.
Raspberry Pi or whatever.
Yeah. But I mean, there's no reason you just can't run it locally. And that's what the concept of being able to buy and sell stuff without having to have a server always online is pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of the really cool things about Nostr that takes a little bit of time to get your head around. If you're coming from a more traditional client-server architecture world, is that there is no server. You know what I mean? It's basically the relays are acting as the server in a sense, but they're not really. And because the clients, if they're smart enough and they know where to look, and they know what they're looking for, as long as you're connecting to the right relays, you're going to get the data, and you can run that site on your laptop totally disconnected from not having a server really other than the relays that you're connecting to. So
turn it over to Arun.
It takes a little bit of time to kind of wrap your head around that, but I think too many people jump to I better run my own relay because I'm building an app basically, which looks like a client-server architecture when it's not. Don't run your own relay if you can help it. It's a total pain. So
usually escrows requires a trusted.
Well, I mean, in saying that, we make it very easy, the running of relays. So we have, so in this extension here, I know we're talking about marketplaces, but it's kind of relevant if you want to run your own relay and then run stuff through it. I can just go spin up a relay, give it an ID, give it a name, Nostrica, and then for this, I suppose you would have to have a DNS running or something, unless you're using the relay locally. And then if I click on create relay, there we are, I have a relay, and now it's active, and I can use it locally on this network. But if this was on behind DNS, I could also run it. And I've got multiple relays running here. And actually, someone in the last session, they were talking about paid services on relays. We have that built in. So if you want to pay for storage, you can add a paid plan option. So we connect to this wallet, and then we say that, you know, for cost to join, this relay is 1,000 sats, so you need to pay 1,000 sats and then enter your public key. And then there's a storage cost here for how many megabytes of data you want it to store. And then if we go into config, we can also, like, there's a bunch of NIP stuff in here, like there's a rate limit, which I really like. So you could say you can only publish X amount of events per hour to stop spam, and then you can do filter staff and limits and all that sort of thing. And then in accounts, there's allow and ban lists, so you can add and allow and ban lists. So you could just have an allow list of all your friends and family, or the people in your company, and it could just be like an internal relay which you're using. And what's great about this for building stuff is all three of these extensions, they have these APIs which you can just plug into, and you can use it as part of your stack. So if you go to docs, and then look for the extension, then you can see all the API endpoints in our Swagger docs here. Wow, Nostr Market's got loads. And then programmatically, you know, you can connect to those and do stuff. And you can actually experiment with it just in the API backend here.
You could build a more traditional front-end thing with workflows using those APIs. Basically.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, you can make your own like front-end client or whatever. Yeah, I mean, lots of people use our software in their stack. It's pretty powerful for that.
Ben, how are you structuring the data of the products and everything?
So we have a NIP on the Nostr protocol, but I mean, we need to do some work on it. I think I put a PR in somewhere. Let's have a little look, shall we? It's called NIP 45, because originally the marketplace was called Diagon Alley. And because of the Harry Potter thing, it's where they go to buy their stuff. And I like the idea that, like, with Nostr, like, it's like a town. Like, there's certain streets you don't go down there, or there's certain streets you do go down when you want things. And that's kind of like Nostr. Like, you choose how to censor yourself. You're not leaving that in the hands of some big corporation or government or whatever. But let me see if I go to PRs here. Is it in here? Oh no, wait there. There's a different. The repos for NIP, so the repos changed, isn't it? Yeah. I go to the NIP, and then it's kind of awkward. This, as I always have to do this to find where I need to go. Here we go. And if I go to pull requests in here, I think somewhere in here we have NIP 45, Diagon Alley. And you can go in there and you can look at the data structure. The Nostr marketplace itself was made by one of the Elembits developers, Vladstan and Tal, and Vladstan was heavily involved in Bitcoin JS, really good protocol guy. VHF as well came in and gave some ideas for some of the data storage, the way in which we construct the JSON of products. So a lot of work has gone into like building like a decent data structure.
The workshop for this thing.
Yeah, basic. I think it's a JSON. Yeah, JSON and content. Yeah. Here we go. Nostr Marketplace NIP 45. And then, so if you go into that PR and have a little look at it, we need to do some work on it to tidy up a little bit, but it's all there.
So I'm curious. Generally speaking, that sounds like a really cool framework, and I think I'm going to try it. Like, is there other, aside from just through notes, no solution, this solution, is there other solutions out there that will help me, some sort of framework, help me,
What's super exciting about being here, this conference really reminds me of the first Lightning Hack days we had in Berlin, and there's this great energy, there's all these like builders and projects are running, and I just feel like so many projects are going to spin off from this conference, so a big shout out to the conference organisers for sorting it out. But yeah, give them a round of applause. But after I did my Diagon Alley, Nostr Market demo yesterday, I had like 4 different projects come up to me saying, we're building markets on Nostr. And then how are you structuring the data, how are you doing it? And they're like, okay, cool, we'll just use the same thing you're using, and then all our clients will be interoperable, which is great. Like, it's what you want, isn't it? So you could have like, in Amethyst or something, or in Iris, you could have someone wants to sell some products, and then you go on their public key, and then you click on shop, and then you could just list the products, and you could buy through that client instead of having to go to a specific shop.
Ben, Nicholas, you got a question?
One sec. Ben, I was looking at the NIP, the 45. So all the data is just on the content, right? How are you thinking with regards to sorting, for example, by price or filtering in some way because it's not on tags? So you're not going to be able to ask the relay, give me category X.
Yeah, it is in there somewhere. Vlad's done sort out. If you had a good look through the net, did you? Is there any way of sorting it?
Just now.
Oh, just now, yeah. So if you have a look in there is some options for that sort of stuff, yeah. But I couldn't say now. Go and have a look at the net.
Okay, Nicholas, go ahead.
One-to-one. Related to the data structure, I don't know if this is in the SNP or not, but the reputation is, I guess, the first things that come out about, okay, how do we make this happen? And I guess I don't know if there is any active work on that, but the point of be able to make this marketplace and scale it is that I sell cakes and people, they buy it and they put 5-star, right? This is what makes Amazon a huge marketplace, is you can easily search and you find item where, okay, there is enough ranking here, I'm probably be okay with this buy. I don't know if there is any work on that, if something that maybe should be worked on, but I see the reputation as a main thing for this to take off, so I don't know if there is any input.
Yeah, completely agree. The reputation is the key part of, it'll work for us lot, like the Nostr market stuff currently, but then if it's going to scale, we need the reputation thing to be sorted out. And I'm not sure how you do that. I was kind of thinking that you would have reputation, and then you would have verified reputation. So there'll be some relay or something, or there'll be some verification service, which is yeah, this person is legit, and they've been verified in some way. So you might have people spamming and faking reputation, which you get in traditional marketplaces, if you go on Alibaba and try and order from a merchant, you have to really scroll through those that reputation and through those comments and see how many of them are legit and how many of them are just spam. But I think you could have some sort of verified reputation in there as well.
And I guess it's similar to Zaps, Zaps can be easily, fake today, and so there is this web of trust that need to happen. But I think for marketplace it's even more important than Zaps, because this is how you eventually say, you know what, I'm confident I will buy this, I will receive the goods. And yeah, I'm super interested to see how we do that. A use case for marketplace that I've been thinking quite a bit a lot is selling Bitcoin.
Yeah, this is local Bitcoins has been shut down. This is perfect.
Because the peer-to-peer market is what we need in developing country for this takeoff. And the biggest barrier is reputation for this to happen. So
it could literally be that someone's maintaining a GitHub repo and they have a file of public keys, and then someone says, I want to add my products to there, and then they put a PR in, and then the community managing that list of public keys goes and checks them out, makes sure they're legit, has a word with them, and then lets them merge, and then if there's any silliness, they get kicked off. That could be one way in which you can verify that these public keys are probably legit sellers.
I think this is really, there's a bunch of different ways you could implement it. I think there's lots of different possibilities, and I guess the community will sort of centralize on the one that makes sense, or we'll get a nip and it'll make sense about how we do reputation. I think the really cool thing though about Nostr is if you think about Shopify stores, there's tens of thousands of Shopify stores out there, and if you as a buyer or them as a seller, that reputation doesn't travel from one place to another. And so I think the nice thing about this is that it's portable reputation, just like portable identity and portable data. The more you buy around the place, the more it's building up for all these different places, and it carries through to other, stores or merchants that you might be buying from.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The challenge for that though is for instance, I'm thinking whether we should integrate this type of peer-to-peer into our wallet. Mm-hmm. But no, the thing is okay, how do you transport the private key from one wallet to another one? And if you start with a custodial wallet, then you can't really. And so there is also a totally different topic that need to be solved, is key delegation or key transfer of ownership, which I think is maybe those are missing piece.
We've actually got a question from the web stream, and this is for Ben. Will people be able to host their own store on a domain name, or will it live only in Nostr Marketplace?
Yeah, you could put it on a domain name. You could put this. You could just have the marketplace open. And actually, if I right there, where's the link? Oh, I'm in the relay. Sorry, I'm in the wrong extension. If I go to Nostr Market here, and then I go to Market Client, on the end here, if you put in the perimeters, public keys, then it will just open that stall. It'll pull in the data from that public key. So you could just share that link as this is my shop. So you could have a URL with whatever, and then when someone goes there, it could just have this, and it could just pull in the data and show them your shop. We're probably going to use it with Alan Bits because we sell a bunch of like hardware and stuff, and it makes sense that we have it on there. But this is just like the first client. You could very easily take this, embed the public key somewhere in the JavaScript on a, put up just a static HTML website, put on some server behind a domain name, and then when someone opens it, it'll just list all the products from that public key. So it'd be easy to like run it just as your own shop with your own client on your own website. It wouldn't be hard to make it in like half an hour.
So, talking about alternatives, I think Mark, you've been working on something, right? You want to tell us about it a little bit?
Yeah, we are working on actually a marketplace. We are. Let's see if I can share it here. So we are participating to a tournament at the moment. I'm not sure how many of you know about Bolt Fun. And yeah, I've been making some research. There is dozens of tools they are trying to make and build marketplaces on Nostr. So what we are doing, we are trying to basically democratize or create an alternative for. Oh right. How I do this? Technical issues.
Open with Spotlight displays.
Yeah. Did you want to ask your questions while we're waiting?
Oh, sure. I had a really quick question. Is it possible to do escrow transactions through Nostr Marketplace?
There's a project called LN Escrow, I think, and they kind of figured out some way of doing it in a like. Do you know that project?
Hodl invoice. I've heard of it. Yeah. So I don't know all the technical details. Pablo's probably better off to talk about this, but I'll give the broad strokes. There is a type of Lightning invoice called a Hodl invoice, where you basically are creating. You're starting the payment, but you're not completing it on the other side. And so you end up with this invoice where there isn't really escrow. It's like an approved payment, but it hasn't actually completed. And it can stay alive for some set amount of time. And the problem is it's not like true escrow in the sense that there isn't a mechanism for like both parties to agree that whatever was done was done. And there's a few other instances there. Go ahead.
Sorry, what's your turn on?
Just tell them how Hodl invoices work.
But what works?
Hodl invoices like the.
Oh, but are you talking about sub-auction?
No, he was just asking about escrow with Lightning payments.
Okay.
Technical support.
Hodl invoices, you basically request an invoice, and when the Lightning node sees the payment coming in, it doesn't reveal the secret, which is what makes the payment complete. So the Lightning node can do something, whatever it is, and once that thing has been complete, it can reveal the secret, which is the settlement of the payment. So Hodl invoices allow you to, it's kind of tricky, but Hodl invoices allow you to do something before accepting the payment.
And is this as secure as escrow payments as we see on chain on platforms like Hodl?
Yeah, it is atomic. So yeah, it's a different model. Not sure how Hodl does it. I'm guessing they are doing. They're probably doing when you take the payment. You probably reveal a secret on chain that allows you. Yeah, I'm not sure how it works, but I'm guessing you're revealing a secret.
It's like in real estate. There's 3 keys, and there's a moderator who has one of the keys, and it requires.
Okay, yeah, that's even simpler. Okay, yeah, it's I mean, it's a completely different model, but functionally it's the same thing.
Awesome, thanks. I'll look into that.
All near, ready to go? Yeah, sorry, no, it's fine.
We're ready, finally, ready to booster. So this is, as I was saying before, a kind of WordPress for people to allow people and creators basically sell stuff online easily. We are trying to do it open source. I mean, this is kind of 1 week old project, so this is an image, it's not even a website. The code is on GitHub at the moment. We are waiting for the alternative on Nostr on that as well. And basically Once you go there, it's a really simple prototype. Sorry, this is for if you want to join the beta. Nope. Let's see if I can show you the prototype somehow. But it's basically a marketplace, and there we go. I mean, this is the code. The actual code is on GitHub at the moment. There is no option to register. You can just go and create a simple product, upload an image. That's the current status of the product. What we want to do, I am building it on Figma. Let's see if I find
What is that solution called, Mark? You said?
It's called Goodster. So spell as it is, goodster.io, and most of the information is on is actually on Bolt Fun, because we are participating to the hackathon there just for fun, actually.
Yeah, nice.
You're gonna find here at the bottom the Figma, and let's see if it's working. Yeah, again, at the moment we are just a prototype on Figma. There is some code on GitHub, and yeah, work in progress. If anyone wants to contribute, again, we are creating an hosted version for people that doesn't know what HTML is, and we are giving the opportunity to anyone to install it in their own servers through GitHub. Again, kind of a WordPress WooCommerce on Nostr. That's what it is.
If you're looking for a guinea pig user, I'm in, so yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
I also did I think it was my second Nostr project, like a couple of months ago. Something that can loosely be thought of as a marketplace is ananostr.com, and it's basically like a Craigslist. So I don't know if it fits as a marketplace, but you can announce things that you want to sell, and people can reply. It's kind of interesting because the post kind is some number, I don't remember what it is, but replies to that kind are kind 1, so you can have a conversation. Like, you can see a post, you can reply, and then you can continue having a conversation publicly on any demos or any app.
I actually have a quick question. Jeff? Oh, cool. So back to the music example, would there be a way to set up a payment, kind of how royalties are paid out, like in the marketplace, like for a musician?
Oh, well, so, can I do the thing? I really like the look of this, by the way, it's beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really nice. So like, I quickly cobbled together a market for selling some music here. I picked an RE1 because it's kind of hippie music, and we're in a hippie environment, it's good music. But in LM-Bits, one of the best things about it is we have all these extensions, and one of the extensions we have is one called split payments. So you can take a payment which comes into a wallet, and you can say, well, I want X% to go here, X% to go there. So you can say, I want 10% to go to the music producer, and I want 90% to go to the marketplace or something. So if I go to all here, I can go find split payments, and then I can enable that. So any money which then goes into this wallet could be split across the wallets of the different people involved, which I find really fascinating. You can also feed it LNURLs and LNURL addresses, Lightning addresses, sorry. And it will send them there as well. It'd be pretty cool, actually, maybe if we could add public keys and Zap support as well, maybe. But yeah, so this is a great thing about marrying these different extensions. And I think as well, because I just tried it then and it works, let's see if it works again. I think if I check out now, and I'll just randomly generate a new customer, let's see if this works. I think I should be able to generate an invoice. But I've got no way of paying that invoice. So if someone can pay the invoice. There we are. Could anyone see that invoice and pay it? It's only 1,000 sats, come on.
Just a real quick question though on what the angle of the question was. Were you thinking more on the digital rights management, ongoing publisher royalty type things, or being able to do the split payment type stuff?
A little bit of both. Even within a DJ use case, for instance, if you could post a QR code and maybe just route a payment, a small percentage to yourself, and then split it to all the folks that actually made the song evenly, kind of to take out that middleman piece.
Yeah.
And just make sure everybody's getting paid instantly.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the split use case that he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean that extension was VHF made DJ live stream for Crypto Graffiti during lockdown. He did a set, and he wanted it so when someone paid the LNURL pay, if they paid enough, they would get a link to download the music, which is cool. But then also it would split the payments between the producer and the DJ. And then everyone in the community, the Nabisimo community, were like, this is super useful, we should just generalize this out, and that's why we made the split payment. So it actually came from the music example, which is a really good example. But then we could see that I was able to pay, someone was able to pay that invoice. It's like a very elaborate way of me scamming sats out of people. And then if I go here, we'll see some garbage which shouldn't really be there. That's the DMs for the market stuff. And then I can say, you know, send me the song. And then if I send that, then I should be on the merchant side now. I think I have to refresh, which is a bit poo. Oh no, I'm in the wrong extension. If I go to Nostr Market, sorry. If I go to my stall, and then if I go to orders, I can see, there we are. That was the other order which I made up, which they didn't pay. I can see that it's been paid. I can ship it. I can mark it as shipped. I can select the customer, who's not that one, send me my song, and I can say, like, here's the link. That's a bit goofy. You could automate that process for maybe digital content, but you get the idea. Like, I made an order, and this is all happening over Nostr, and then you're able to communicate between the customer and their keys, and then the merchant and their keys. It's pretty cool. And then you could do the crazy split payment stuff as well.
Kind of got a two-part question. At TBC, we sell digital goods, so this works a little easier over a communication platform. So we've hacked together the way where we kind of send out like a Amazon card or a Uber card once you make a payment in our application, and you just send it to your pub key. But there's really no way to provably, I think, know that the DM gets there if we're not connected to that client. So I'm curious if there's any good ways to figure that problem out. Right now we're using the Mutiny kind of extension that just kind of blasts it out to everyone. But I'm curious if there's a good solution for that. And then the second question is, I'm curious how you see the evolution of these marketplaces. If you think the kind of chat-based solutions that are getting really popular will incorporate them into their own implementations, or if you think everyone will kind of just be, using a platform, running it on a website.
I remember Fearjeff saying that he wanted, when LNT Export was still running, that he wanted diagonally in LNT Export. He wanted people to be able to buy and sell things from LNT Export. So I think, on Telegram. So I think, definitely, it totally makes sense that there'd be all these different clients and ways of accessing it. And I think that's why Nostr is really interesting, that permissionless development. It's like, you can modify Twitter and make it how you want it to work, and then other people might also enjoy the UI which you've created. So, I'm looking forward to seeing all the different clients.
For the DM piece, do you guys have any thoughts around fully understanding if it makes it to its
I can add something on this, probably what Pablo was saying yesterday as well about micro apps and how everything is working with APIs. I don't know if you want to go into.
I think it's hard, right? Because you want the client from the person receiving the DM to tell you that they got the DM, right? And that would be a signed message from the person receiving the DM. So the person needs to choose to sign that message. So you could argue that no.
It's one thing to I guess prove it, but I think one thing I was thinking about is if we were to create our own relay and the client connected to it, we can be sure the DM will at least make it to them. Whereas,
yeah, but for example, Iris very heavily filters the DMs that are coming in. So you can see when the pub key is writing to a relay. You can infer. I don't think you can have guarantee that the person has seen the DM, because again, the person has to sign, right? The pub key has to sign.
We good? Hi, I was just wondering if you guys were aware of what is Nostr, the peer-to-peer marketplace over Nostr. Pablo, I think you heard about that, or?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I looked at the site and skimmed, but I haven't used it. Don't know exactly how it works. I haven't seen the specs.
Yeah, it was just for people to be aware that the LN P2P bot people ported LN P2P bot over to Nostr. So that bot was using Telegram, and now it's on Nostr, and it's basically what we were saying. The bot acts as an escrow. So you run the bot as a business. Your business is to be an escrow, and people place orders via Nostr, and your job is to resolve those potential conflicts that happen. So, I mean, that already exists, and it's actually built by a Costa Rican guy.
That's cool.
So we got time for one more question. We're done. Well, I have. Oh, there's one over there. While he's getting set up, I have a question. So who's going to go home and try some of this stuff? There we go. Yeah, everyone wants to get on that, eh? That's cool.
My question is, like, in terms of like the chat-based sales over Nostr, you know, it seems like there's a security risk if people become too comfortable with that, with like encrypted DMs, and just like how it seems like even though you can't read the messages, you can kind of see them being broadcast through relays and stuff, and see which pub keys are talking to each other, if I understand that correctly. So like, would it make sense to have like some kind of like other chat protocol, like maybe Signal, like a way for like buyer and seller to move over to Signal to negotiate something, and then, you know, broadcast to Nostr that the product is no longer available? Any thoughts on that?
I think we totally need, because I mean, I made the NIP4, the encrypted messages, and it was like rolled out really quickly because I wanted DMs in the Twitter client at the time. But it's like the goofiest, simplest, you know, crypto stuff. And like you say, you leak all that metadata. So if I'm, you know, if someone's monitoring my public key and you're a cocaine dealer and I keep and these DMs are constantly going to you with your public key, and they know you're a cocaine dealer, they're like, well, maybe we should check out this guy because, you know, he's been speaking to him a lot. He's a lot of DMs going his way. And then I'm like, no, I was telling him to, you know, to not do that. It's not a good, yeah, get into a different market. But yeah, no, we need something. We need a better. And there's a whole bunch of great proposals. Coach has got a great proposal for better encrypted DMs. And then maybe, like you say, there's some like you share a secret, and then I don't know, you do it like to one side, and then you have that communication. But I think it shouldn't replace NIP4. I think it should be like an additional, because I still think NIP4 is kind of useful. But yeah, there should be a better way of encrypting data.
Yeah, even within NIP4, you could do derive a key. So the two keys that are talking, you don't know who they are. But yeah, there's I think it's just going to be improved. There's a funny thing that for NIP4, you can even see when other people are talking about you, because they will, most clients will tag you if they add you. So you will see it as a message in your inbox, but you cannot decrypt it. So you can see who wrote the message that tagged you, and one of the pubkeys that are tagged is the recipient of that message. It's kind of weird.
Cool. Well, I think we're done. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks again. What a great panel and great workshop. Turnaround is real fast. We're going to change the protocol. We're going to talk about Bitcoin mining, and wow, I mean, we're here in Costa Rica, Uvita. Let's learn how to make some sats using renewable energy. I think it's going to be a fantastic panel. Hey, one quick note. We have now set up the ability for you to see the same thing that's on the presenter's laptop. So we've got a QR code. If you're sitting here and you're squinting, or you go, man, it would be great if I could see what's going on. We have a QR code. You can scan that. Now, I don't know if Frog is anywhere in the house and he can put his hand up, but here we go. So Tech Desk. If you're here, come over to Tech Desk, scan the QR. That's going to log you into the guest network. And on that network, we have an RTMP. This is all tech stuff, right? RTMP feed of the presenting laptop. So that's going to make it great for you. Got that worked out for you this morning. Back here in minutes. Quick turnaround.
Yeah, Tatum, yeah.
How else do you say it?
Just Tatum, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Perfect. I was going to stand probably just to
Here, he's going to rig you with a headset.
Okay, all right.
Do you want the headset or do you want it? This goes around. Cool. And are we missing a tripod? Yeah, I brought it down here. And are you showing any slides?
No.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Whenever you want to power it up, just plug it in.
All right. Oh yeah, I'm ready to roll. Yeah, y'all are all doing great, by the way. I really appreciate everything y'all done. This is look, for the first time, and kind of spur of the moment, short planning. This is a conference. Unconference. Right. But hey, you're also learning like crazy what to expect for next time too. Like, it's great. Yep.
Here we go. Okay. So the money printer, of course, is fired up big time. And for anybody paying attention and watching the ECB and all that other kind of fiat shitcoin stuff, I think we can say that. Fiat is a shitcoin. But we want to learn how to mine the programmable money of the future, and we're going to learn about that in this workshop. So if you've ever wanted to run your own miner, you're going to figure on listening to this. Just heads up, this is about hardware here, and our presenter Tatum, and we'll do a Q&A, and we're going to do this roughly about 30 minutes. So is that going to work for you, timing-wise?
Absolutely.
Okay, so think about your questions, and again, if you're online and you have some questions, type them into the chat. We'll see if we can feed those back through a microphone, and we'll make that a truly interactive online experience. Okay, let's get into mining. This is Tatum, everybody.
Thanks, guys. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm going to figure it out as I go. So, talking about Bitcoin mining, don't worry, I'm going to tie it into Nostr. All right, we're going to get that all together. So, I just wanted to show kind of how Bitcoin mining works and what it looks like, and a few precursors. These are older machines. I have an S9 here and then a dismantled S7. It's not worth getting one of these to make money, but I'm just going to show you the basis and also going to explain what Bitcoin mining is. Bitcoin mining seems very intimidating at first. It's like, what is a miner? Did they actually go mine with a pit? No, I don't. You don't do that. I'm going to give an analogy on like what it actually is. It's extremely simple. One thing that I like saying is that these machines, people like glorify them. They're like, oh my God, they're Bitcoin miners. They're crazy supercomputers. These are the dumbest machines ever. Like they cannot tell you the day of the week if you ask it. They're called ASICs, which stands for Application Specific Integrated Circuit. It is designed to plug in hash SHA-256 functions at an insane rate, and that's it. So what is mining? Mining is how Bitcoin comes into circulation. And I ran a little poll while like last week and just kind of asking what people's knowledge is, and one of the questions was, do you know what a block reward is? And I got 81% yes. So if you don't know, a block reward, every time a block is mined, that there's it's triggering, there's a Coinbase transaction. Ooh, but no, not that Coinbase, not the bad one. That is the new Bitcoin that goes into circulation. It started out as 50. After 210,000 blocks, it goes to 25, then 12.5, and then now we're at 6.25. So every time a block is mined, there's 6.25 new Bitcoin in circulation. Thank you, miners. Also, check it. So how does that happen, though? So everyone imagine a physical cube just like pops up in the air, like an actual cube, and this thing is just like flying around the entire Earth. And for some reason, you want that cube. You want to say, that's my cube, okay? That's my cube right there. But everyone wants that cube. So the cube has a secret number, and on the outside of the cube is like, hey, guess this number, and you get to keep this cube. And so I'm like, okay, 1, 7, 23, 69, nice. 420, okay. But then over there, I see Roya also guessing. She's like 17, 23. I'm like, oh crap, well, she's guessing too. And then Mads is over there guessing like 39. I'm like, crap, everyone's guessing, so I'm just trying to guess as fast as possible. And then I'm like, 323. And that cube is like, hey, Tatum, that was the right number. Congratulations. I'm now your cube. And as a reward, I'm going to give you 6.25 Bitcoin. Awesome. There we go. Another cube popped up. All right, let's get to guessing, guys. All right, 1, 2, 3. Let's just start going down the line. Then I'm thinking like, okay, hold on. What if I was guessing with someone, we could guess twice as fast? So, Roy, you want to guess some numbers with me? We're guessing these numbers too. And then Mads and her parents are starting to do, I'm like, oh, well, that's 3 people. Oh, crap. And so they win that block. And the block is like, hey, congratulations, guys. Here's 6.25 Bitcoin. And they're like, let's split it 3 ways. That's called a mining pool. So I flew through that, but basically that's exactly what happened. This thing is guessing numbers, and the block has a special number that's supposed to guess, and that you're supposed to guess, and when you do it, congrats, you win. Now let's do it again every 10 minutes. So that's what Bitcoin mining is in its like simplest form. And originally it was done with very limited computing power because there was not much competition. And that's what Bitcoin mining is. It's just a bunch of competition. Over time, it got more and more competitive. The hash rate continued to increase, and the difficulty also increased. Difficulty, that's an interesting one to go by, but we'll learn about that later. If you want to talk about difficulty, we can talk about that later on. But the global hash rate right now is sitting around, I haven't checked actually. I think it's around like 300 exahash, which is a lot. And so everyone is competing to get Bitcoin. And they're just using these computers to do it. Now, this is an S9. It's about 14 terahash. This is an S7. It's about 4 terahash. Current gen machines are about 100 terahash. I say current gen, the ones that are in circulation right now, about 100 terahash. They take a lot of power, about 600 watts. 6,000 watts. Yeah. These are about half that. And they make a lot of noise and they try to get Bitcoin. So that's essentially what Bitcoin mining is. Then I kind of covered the mining pools as well. But I also brought two of them to show you. One, I'm going to plug this in. All right, we're all going to hear it. But I wanted to show you how simple these actually are. Misconception. I once took a picture of a pallet of S19J Pros, and someone said, "You're the reason why I can't get a cheap GPU. Go F yourself." And I was like, whoa! I promise you, you cannot use this to game or anything like that. This is literally what's inside of the... I don't see an HDMI slot on here. Like, come on, guys. But this is a hash board. This is what's actually doing all the work. And these are all heat sinks because these get very hot. I can't remember what I think it's about 40 Celsius is what the new ones kind of average out at. You can customize it to get hotter, to try to stay colder, and all that also affects how efficient your miner is and how much hash rate you're producing, how much power you're drawing. But yeah, this is a hash board. There are 3 of them in these. I think most of them still come with 3. The newer gen ones that I was talking about, they're like 2 tall, so they look like that, and they're about double the size of the hash boards. They also get extremely dirty on the intake side because you got 2 fans turning at about 4,000 RPM, pulling air in and then pushing air out. And like I said, they also get hot. A lot of people will use S9s to heat their home. Sometimes they'll use other ones too, but S9s are very easy to use. I call the S9 the last plug-and-play miner because now the newer ones, 220 volt, you have to get an electrician to come mess up your house and stuff. But S9, you can get one of these for about $150. Get 14 terahash, and heat your home. Get some sats on top of that too. How does this tie into Nostr? I had to get creative with this but here we are. So think of relays like nodes, Bitcoin nodes. Think of miners as the end users. These miners are talking to the nodes to say like, hey, this is the block that I found. Can y'all put it in the chain and make sure that it's valid? And that's as creative as I could get. So, but yeah, that's that. I do have a few questions that were submitted on the forum that I wanted to answer. And actually, yeah, I'll do that before I turn it on. Is it to, wait, that's not the right form. What? No, I got it. Okay. Sorry, I just scrolled up. My fault. One question that I got a couple of questions that were the same as this. Can Bitcoin miners have flexible use of electricity? For example, could an S9 miner use between 1 kilowatt and 3 kilowatts and then generate instead of less or more hash rate? It could be handy when generating, kilowatt with wind energy, or does it need to use a fixed power draw so it can work correctly? It can do whatever, man. Something that a lot of people do is they'll only plug in a couple of hash boards, and they'll just run off of 1 or 2 hash boards instead of all 3 of them. You don't have to do all 3. And then in the firmware, which shout out to Brains OS Plus, they are sick. Please check out Brains. They have a lot of mining insights on just like statistics, resources, and they also offer firmware for S9 and up machines for Antminers. And you can basically be like, hey, I don't want you pulling any more than 900 watts. And it's going to lessen your hash rate, get about 10 or 11, but it's quieter, it produces less heat, it's just super customizable. And I really like that. It's just, these things are tanks, dude. Like, you can't really screw it up. And if you do, I'll tell you, oh no, you broke your miner? Unplug it and plug it back in. 90% of the time, it fixes it. What happens when, we're not going to cover difficulty. That's a really long discussion. Will I burn the house down if I run a toaster while the miner is on? Also, what is a good level hobbyist setup to learn with? I love this. So, no, you probably won't burn the house down. Yes, you might trip a breaker if no, it's going to be fine. If you trip a breaker, turn the toaster off and flip the breaker back and you're fine. Entry level, I would recommend every single person here to get an S9. If you don't want to spend that much money right off, like I said, these are about $150. Get an S7. These, I got 3 of these on eBay for $40. Like, it was awesome. But it's really cool to actually just get your hands on and tinker with it to see, what it actually is. From there, you kind of evolve into, okay, maybe I do want to run an S9 now. And then you get an S9, you're like, okay, I'm about to call my electrician and try to get 3-phase power direct to my house so I can run some XPs. So please go get, like, you can go on eBay and find an old miner, whether it works or not. Getting your hands on something is very beneficial in learning, especially in mining, from what I've heard or from what I've seen myself. If you have a colony of ant miners, is there a queen? It's just me. I'm the queen. And then total cost, payoff, possible, do any at home, what's needed. This is very dynamic. There are different pay structures, different mining pools, different hash rates, different electricity costs. But again, shout out to Brains. They have a profitability calculator where you can plug in everything from how many machines you have, what your hash rate is, what your, how much money you put on top. Like, say you want to, I have $10,000. Should I invest in getting a bunch of miners and setting it up? Well, you can plug that $10,000 in, plug in the rest of everything, and it'll tell you when you actually break even. So, what's up? URL? It's a good question, actually. I think brains.com. Let me see. Brains? Yeah, with 2 I's, sorry. Yeah, brains with 2 I's.com. BRAIINS.com. If y'all want to sponsor me, Brains, hit me up. Oh, and then the other thing that I forgot to mention was the control board. This is a lot of people think that this is just a Raspberry Pi, but it's not. People have tried to experiment with getting Raspberry Pis. The firmware, and not necessarily the firmware, but mainly the hardware, is more strict now, and it's easy to tinker with, like, Antminers made by Bitmain. Whatsminers, different story. Those are locked down, but they're trying to crack that. But Whatsminers, I like Whatsminers better than Antminers. They're tanks, man. They're awesome. But yeah, you have control board. And I'll show you on here. You have a control board that's sitting right there, and then you have ribbon cables that go to the hash boards, and then this is the power supply. It looks scary. It kind of is a little bit, but it has 10 cords that are the same, and there's 10 inputs on here that you just match up. Guys, it's simple. It really is. Like, people are very intimidated, but it's one of the simplest things that I've ever had the pleasure of learning about, and now I'm obsessed with it, and I don't ever stop talking about it. So, I guess now, yeah, we got some questions. Let's see. Roya, I guess, microphone, yeah.
Could you build one yourself? Like an ASIC?
No. don't tell Jack that because I think he's trying to. But I'm just kidding, guys. I'm joking, guys. Hey, calm down. I mean, not really. You can get parts to build one yourself because a lot of people will sell old ones for parts. And if you match up all the parts, you can do it that still work. Like I have a graveyard. I could technically build like 3 S9s right now, but it came at the cost of like 10 broken S9s that I had to like test and everything like that. But from scratch, no, not really. It's a pretty, the manufacturing is pretty, I wouldn't say monopolized, more oligopolized, and that's one downside of mining. I think that what Block is doing with their mining development kit, though, I think is going to kind of spearhead that a little bit more of like making it more accessible. Anything else?
One quick question. Can you run Brains OS on S19s? I thought it was only up to the 17s.
No, you can run it on anything starting at S9, I'm pretty sure. I have it actually pulled up. No, I don't. I lied. But yeah, I'm pretty sure starting S9 all the way up to XPs.
I always felt like the semi-centralization of the manufacturing of mining hardware was a benefit, not a downfall, because we know basically the production timeline of all of the places that can make the chips.
Yeah.
And if a government or state actor wanted to secretly make a bunch of competitive miners, we would basically know because a bunch of other stuff wouldn't be coming off of the chain, off of the manufacturing chain.
That is a good point. And I mean, with MicroBT and Bitmain, like, I mean, they get the job done and they're making developments like oh my god, the M50 series from WhatsMiner, I love them, but I don't have enough money. If anyone could lend me like 10 grand, that'd be great. But like we know what they produce and they do it. Sometimes I wish there was a little differentiation just to see like what else can come out of it. But that is a really good point. The centralization is kind of beneficial in some degree here.
All right, and leading question, what do they sound like?
I'm glad you asked. Luckily, we got a demo, all right? So previously, like I said, I just plugged in the power supply. This is a Bitmain power supply. I plugged it into 1 in the control board and then 3 in each hash board. And then you just use a standard little, this is a C13 or 14. I can't even remember which one's the male and female end. 13? Okay. Also, the new ones now are C19 and 20. So, again, last plug-and-play miner. But we will just plug it in and hope it works. And it's going to boot up, and then it's going to think a little bit. Also, you're supposed to have an Ethernet cable right there, but I don't. I'm in the jungle. So it's probably going to be like, hold on, I don't see Ethernet. And I assume it's going to be like freaking out and trying to find it, and that's when you're going to hear it get loud. Okay, all right, sweet, thank you. Yes, free sats. So it's going to probably cycle like this a few more times until it finds the internet, and then it'll mellow out, which I don't think the fans are on. Oh yeah, no, they're spinning. And this one, unfortunately, is not as loud as I thought it'd be. I'm kind of sorry, guys. I really chilled down. Go look at my profile. I posted a video of my T9 Plus. That thing's loud. But
do you have that one running at full power, 1,200 watts, or do you know if you have?
No, I haven't limited. Yeah, it's full 1,200. I don't know. I guess it's. I don't know. Hey, bud, you good?
See, this is totally quiet enough to have heat in your room.
Yeah, and like when I do have it in, there's like I set it at a target temperature. That's probably what it is. I set it at a target temperature, and if my room is cool enough, it's not going to be pushing.
Let's just let it go bake a little bit. And also, it's actually hot out on the output. But it'll mellow out, and it'll be very, very quiet enough to, you know, have it running in your room. Yeah, oh yeah, that's the sound of sweet hash, baby. And that's the sound of KYC free corn, baby. Let's go. So yeah, this is about the level that it'll get. Also, shout out to Crypto Cloaks. Go check them out. They just released a home mining space heater kit, where if you have an S9, they give you just literally everything that you need to do to make it as quiet and efficient as possible. They put knock to a PC fans on the end of it and then clocked it down, and they said it was absolutely silent but still heats your house. So, but yeah, there any other questions?
We got like 2 minutes left. Any questions?
Yeah.
So I've been mining a little bit. My biggest problem is electricity is my biggest problem, or the mechanics of how to plug in. So you mentioned earlier 220 for the newer ones, but you said S9s are still on. You can plug it into a 110.
Yeah, absolutely. S9s. Don't quote me on this, but I think S9s were the last ones that you can do that to from Bitmain. Okay. And then from What's Miner, I want to say like M20 maybe. I actually don't know for a fact on that though. Yeah.
Thank you.
I can tell you from personal experience, there are illegal but safe ways to plug in bigger miners into normal outlets. But don't
be sure
do
to
it
talk
without
to someone.
consulting an
Don't do
electrician.
that by yourself.
Yeah. Next question.
We got one more over here.
If you were to get a 6.25 Bitcoin right now, where would it go from there?
Yeah, okay, real quick, I'll go over that and I'll speed up over it. So you typically you connect to a mining pool to combine your hash rate with other miners, and you share that reward, like the example with Mads and her parents guessing that number. And what you do, you go into the interface of the miner. You just have to find its IP on the network. You just type in your IP, and then you go into the interface and plug in your pool configuration, and it tells you on, like, I run with Brains, they're like, okay, go find this, click this, and then plug in this stratum, and you're good. And then it'll connect to your pool automatically. However, you can solo mine. That's fun. And what you do, like, I use CK Pool for one of my miners, where it's not a pool, it's actually just like code to help you. You can't mine directly to a Bitcoin node. So you just generate an address and plug that in as your username, and it tells you the stratum to put it in. And so then that will go to that address. But if you're on a pool, you manage where your sats go from that pool account. So like I'll go onto brains.com, log in, and it will say like, hey, you got this much. Do you want to withdraw it or whatever? So yeah.
So you don't necessarily even need to run a node to mine.
No, you don't. You don't. That's a whole different. I would recommend running a node, but you don't have to. No, you don't. So, I guess that's my time. I'm going to keep these back there, and I'll be around. If you have any more questions, want to ask me more direct questions, please. I told you I'm obsessed with talking about this. It's annoying everyone else, so yeah. But thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and that's what it sounds like if you're in a data center and you're trying to talk. It's that.
Oh, it's
that
so
minor.
much worse, man.
Yeah. Anyways, that's really cool. We can probably put the regular fan back on for our cooling effects. Very well done, Tatum, everybody. That was most entertaining. We're coming back in just a few minutes, and if you're ready for the DRM music, just give you a quick little thing here. I'm going to be hosting the thing, and it's an open conversation. So I would encourage you, if you got some ideas and thoughts, this is going to very much be an interactive presentation. So if you are a musician, if you're a dev, if you want to get involved, the goal is to come away with an open source project that started right here in Uvita. So stick around for that if you're interested. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Auxes are live, and nobody hears me, except for the monitor. Mon 1. Aux 1. Check. Wireless. Yeah, you brought down mic 1 in aux 1. It's okay. Check. And now go to monitor. Yep. There you go. Check. Perfect. Make sure that they're listening to the camera audio, because this will also be showing up.
You got to. I don't have ears on with them. Can you repeat that, please? Anybody out there? It's not tonight, it's this afternoon. Thank you for showing up, a musician. How about people that write code, develop protocols, apps? Couple, good. We're going to rely on all of everybody here. This is definitely an interactive. It's less about anything I have to say. I don't have a presentation. This was inspired by, sorry, just listening to, all right, cool. Just for the audience here, I'm listening in on a live production Hodl as well. So I didn't even introduce myself. Let me start off with that. I'm Reverend Hodl. I play live music. Got involved in telecommunications way back in the 80s. That took me on into internet. I saw a disrupting technology that was live streaming. This was in 1995, 96. And anybody out there use Real Player? Remember Real Player? A couple of nods. Well, we were using that before it was called Real Player. It was Zing, and based out of Seattle. So 16 kilohertz, really crappy AM radio sound, and nonetheless, we were distributing content literally across the world. So we were pretty comfortable that this was going to disrupt what we knew as radio. There had not been any video. You couldn't even stream video on that day. So as things progressed and take us to where we are today, sitting here watching a live video broadcast in 1080p high def out of the jungle, that's how far streaming has progressed. And I'm feeling very confident that what we're doing with Nostr is going to be that same path. So how do we take this protocol, and how do we take content, and how do we lay across that payments, and in turn, maintain digital rights for the artists themselves? So that's why it's an open dialogue. I don't have that answer yet, but I'm hoping that if we accomplish the goal, at least for this session, if nothing else, what you're able to do is contribute to an open source project. So the goal was, can we get a music player, perhaps a client? Can we get something along those lines that is going to allow somebody to stream content or publish content, maintain content rights? So let me set it up with me being a non-tech, and then devs, like I said, please chime in. So in order to make this a very valuable conversation, we're going to need to hear you on the microphone. I'm going to check the online chat and see if there's any comments from that. So if you have some suggestions, let's talk about that and see where we go. So we know the clients that we have. If a new client was built and it was specifically purposed for music, is it possible that in my public key, I'm able to maintain the rights to a song? In other words, can I publish that into a key? Is that at all possible? So let's start right away with encrypting in that key. Identification, steganography, does that word make sense? Do we know about steganography? Anybody? Am I using the right word? Okay, good. So steganography in an image, for example, we can embed in a pixel, we can embed content or information. So if I ran a relay, and on my relay I had, for lack of a better example, a torrent-like server, and I serve my own content. I go to my studio, I publish some content, I put it on a server, and I send it out into hello world, and people are starting to listen to this. So the idea, we understand that there is value for value currently. Again, I don't want to get ahead of anybody in the audience. Value for value, are we cool with that, or should I give a quick explanation? Just for anybody, value for value, in other words, you've appreciated somebody's content, you're going to send them sats. We now are starting to call that zaps. So there's no reason that can't happen for musical publishing. So the virtual guitar case, as it were, the proverbial guitar case. I like what we're doing with Lightning, but how would I be able to take a song that I've created, publish it to my node, send that stream out, but the only way you can unlock that stream is if you sent through some sats, similar to what we're doing in value for value. But I don't want to open up a player per se. I want to have that encoded in the public key. So then I can trade the song to my friend who includes that in the playlist. So I don't know if I'm framing this correctly, but let's follow the stops again. we have a client. The client essentially is a music client. It is built for me to build a playlist of my favorite artists that are now starting to publish to a Nostr relay. I share that playlist, and when I share the playlist, somebody can in turn unlock it, they can add to it, so we've got a social aspect, and that's the idea. When you unlock the playlist through sharing, it immediately sends sats back to the publisher. So we also understand about splits, and this again comes in value for value. So engineer gets a split, musicians get a split, producer gets a split, as an example. I'm going to keep this into music, but the same thing could apply to digital media in the form of filmmaking, etc. So how about, that's the setup. And with our microphone team, I'm looking for more, because again, we're going to riff rather than me try to come up with a solution here. So anybody have any experience thus far with music that sounds similar to what we're doing? No, so we're on the bleeding edge. Okay, so how about some ideas? What would be part of our wish list? I noticed you were a part of an earlier panel. Your son is involved in music. So how about we hand the microphone to you? Tell me some of the things on that wish list.
So I think as an artist, it would be nice if he didn't have to rely on his dad as a 90 guy to set up his music store. That's the one thing. And to set it up on Nostr without any intermediary, obviously. Like, he's not making anything from Spotify and Apple Music or anything, right? And I heard the other day from Kevin Rook, who's got a YouTube channel on Bitcoin and Lightning, that one guy he knows was making about $3 on the big platforms and $100 on Fountain, just with zaps. So I think making it easy to set up for an artist is definitely user experience is one thing. The other thing is the notion of trust. So how can he build some reputation on Nostr as far as is a trustworthy merchant as a musician, and how can he also promote his stuff? So I think from a really high level end user perspective, these are the three main things that he would be looking forward, to implement.
Cool. So let's go with that. So we've got somebody that has used Spotify, isn't making a lot of money. I think that's pretty much a common issue. Secondarily, we've got an issue of trust, and as we know within our space, the idea is to be trustless. So that means I don't have to trust a publisher, I don't have to believe in a record company or a label or a manager. I am my own publisher, and that means we need simple tools. I am not a technician, I'm somebody that I can plug and play. I like to call it grandma easy, and that's interface. And I mean, there again, we've got absolute brilliance that's taking place. And if you're using Nostr on iOS, you're familiar with Damus, I'm sure. And from all reports, unfortunately, I don't use an iOS, so I can't demo it myself, but I hear nothing but great things. So this is what we want. So in other words, how are we going to get there? We certainly appreciate all the efforts of the developer of Damus, but he's a titanic team of one, more or less. So we're going to have to, I believe, rely on an open source project. So this is kind of the challenge, and if I can, maybe put this as the shout out to whomever, if you're listening online or if you happen to be chiming in or listening here in the conversation. Let's create an open source GitHub or what have you that allows us to begin with a very simple client that can accept a song. So we're not necessarily dealing with video here, we're just dealing with audio. We're familiar with MP3, but there's also other formats that perhaps we can embed some sort of a key. Can we unlock this key? Then the mechanism is, how do we unlock that key without any trust involved? As soon as I put in my pub key, it triggers a sat or a zap. It heads to the artist. The artist is paid, and then the splits occur accordingly. So I think we can get there. I'm pretty confident we can get there. And as I said, the idea is not necessarily to come away from this conference with that, but it is, I'd like it to be a work in progress. One of the reasons, and I was going to say earlier, one of the reasons it inspired me is I was just watching the forums and the chat, and much respect to Jack for putting this conference on. And that was one of the things I read in his comments. I'd love to see something happening with music. And I said, man, there you go. Let's do this. But let's not recreate what's been recreated. I think probably one of the best comments I heard is that we're new with technology, and with new technology, what do? We tend to repeat what's already being done. So we have to blend together things that have never been blended together before. So let's talk about another protocol, and that is the hypercore, or what they're using for Keat, hole punch. Anybody at all familiar? Okay, great. So here we go. Let's riff on this. So this is peer-to-peer, and if I understand that correctly, I run Keat on a desktop or a phone, and you and I are peers. So now we've got something. So could we? I haven't personally. Maybe you can give us some feedback, guys. What's happening in Keat with more than one person? It's cool on a person-to-person. Could I have 15, 20 people on Keat? Have you done that? You have. So how is it looking all right?
I haven't played with it much with a group of people, but you can do that.
Okay, so we're still going ahead. You've had 5 people. All right, cool.
With the video stream, so with video, so the quality is really good.
Quality is limited when you.
No, really good.
Really good. So and that's high def video. So if we're getting 5 people on a 1080p video stream as an example, and we're looking at a full raw, if you will, audio stream, we've got a lot of headroom there. Okay, so utilizing something like that as the protocol. Yes, please.
Sorry, I'm a little late because I would like to answer the first question you asked. If anyone has, I have experience with. Sorry, a little bit closer. I do have experience streaming my music for getting and receiving sets in return. 3 weeks ago, I opened a Nostr nest and I performed live my latest album on a piano, and a lot of people helped me to get as many people as possible into that nest, and it was a great experience. And people started zapping me, and I think I got like $100. It was amazing, of course, because I was the first one ever doing this on Nostr in the Nostr nest. But people, I'm not a dev at all. I'm not technical at all, so I don't know how to do things. I contacted Derek Ross, and he just helped me out. It was great. The quality was not like really streaming quality, but still it was an amazing experience, and an amazing experience to see how really happy people were that artists are contributing with their content, because everything is about coding, everything is about technical stuff, and people are really happy to see a Nostr user adding music.
Right on.
And then I also upload my music to Wavelake, which is it's not a decentralized platform, but at least you can upload and people can send directly. They can zap you directly, and it works. So there are things going on. It's not exactly what you say, because everything is voluntarily. So you pay, either you pay or you don't.
Right.
Because everything is new now, my experience is that people really like it, so they pay for it. So I'm really curious how we could implement your ideas.
Nice. I thank you for sharing that, and not to take the content away or the conversation away too much into content, but truly that has always been a driver in adoption. It's always been a driver in more development. So yeah, I'm with you, and that's why the whole for me the exciting thing is what can we do with original music, and coming back to that, that's fantastic that we're getting zaps. Not being pessimistic in any way, but I heard a panel talking earlier, and they're saying, we want to be careful not to rely on it. It's still the new thing. It's exciting, but we're talking about somebody that can literally pay their monthly overhead by way of zaps. We can't just rely on a community. So we got to come back to that trustless protocol and using something like Hypercore. Jeff, have you got Jeff? Let's get a mic over to Jeff because he's a musician as well. Good feedback here.
Yeah, I was just going to comment. I also use Wavelake, and what was interesting is when they did their first iteration of it, they did try to do it the non-custodial route where artists were, in order to connect, you needed your own full node. You had to connect to it, and then that way you literally were getting peer-to-peer payments for your content. But the creators of Wavelake actually found that it was too difficult of an onboarding experience for artists, so they basically nixed it, and now they've gone this custodial route just because it's such a hurdle for basic users to do it. So I like where their head's at, but and they've admitted like this isn't the perfect solution yet. But and as far as an artist goes, with me, I got a lot of my followers and discovery on SoundCloud, and just making beats, posting it onto a profile page that's similar to like a Nostr page, but it would just have all my tracks. So I could see a way where we could maybe integrate it somehow. I'm not a dev, so I can't really speak to it, but like have it almost like a SoundCloud feel page where you have your tracks uploaded, because there's two parts to it. There's the live streaming part that Keith might be able to solve, but then there's also you just have content available to play that listeners can go and listen to anytime, like playback. But it would be cool to just have some native thing in Nostr where it almost feels like the SoundCloud where you can like zap and then play the tune or something. I'm just riffing.
Yeah, thank you. Got another comment.
Yeah, so I think there's something with that, and there's something also with Ben Ark's Ellen Bits extensions. We know an artist won't want to go into the technical aspects of it, but to get out of the main streaming platforms, he'll want to put the effort to be sovereign. And we know it's easy to write infrastructure as code. You can deploy to a VPS very simply. You can deploy Ellen Bits extension on that, and you can deploy that solution or plug it in somehow. It's just making all those pieces work together. I think there's not much effort. We're almost there.
Yeah, great. Another comment.
I just want to say I work for a company in LA that does digital rights management, and I'm the director of that. And yeah.
We want to hear this. This is the whole thing.
My specialty is with visual content videos, but I'm working with music as well. And one thing I notice across the board, specifically YouTube and all the others, they do take a chunk out. I think you get 0.00016 of a penny per hour until you get to over 1 million views for music. But even with just video content, they take 55% off the top of any kind of revenue you get. So it's just one of those things that if Nostr can implement something easy for artists to use, and the money doesn't go through 3 different people, their manager, the record companies, etc., that goes right into their pockets, it's gonna be a game changer.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't agree more. And so let's kind of again reframe what we've got so far. SoundCloud, you can upload files. We've been talking about custodial services, Wavelake, and what it's been able to do. But we're still looking for that holy grail, and that is, and I want to just throw this out again. If there's a dev that can comment on this, it would be very helpful. One of the things I've noticed is as the clients are developing and people are posting, rather than using an off-site source for an image as an example, that's starting to get built directly into the client. So forgive me, I don't know how that's working, but I'm assuming somewhere there's a relay that's hosting. So we want to talk about self-custody of our music. So let me just draw an example. Again, not a shill, just I think it's a really cool product. It's called Session Wire. And Session Wire allows you to set up a DAW, a digital audio workstation, and you can bring in players from anywhere in the world. So I'm in Toronto, and I'm a percussion player or a drummer, and I lay down bed tracks, the stems as they say. But I need 16 bars of horn, and somebody in London does that. That's how it comes into Session Wire. This is great. We can do this today, and we can make it sound fantastic. I want to publish that immediately to my own custody, or if you will, my relay. And then I want to say, hey, everybody, we've just released a new song. Check this out. So we have to tie the social aspect over top of that. Now, this is the thing that I'm saying. It would be ideal. When I press that song, and forgive that old pressing term in the record industry, but when I turn it into digital content, embedded in that content is a key, and that key can only be unlocked if I happen to have on the other side an agreement. So it's like our pub key in Nostr. This is where I kind of say, of course, everybody knows, and I'm not going to get in again in the weeds in the conversation, but we don't release our private keys in Nostr. We only show our public key. What I have not done myself, but I've been advised that if I have your pub key, I can log in and basically I'm you. So this is cool as well. So maybe there's an angle there that I put my own personal playlist together and I invite you to be me and listen to my playlist. Now, if I like your experience, I've taken you for a test drive. Maybe that's how I instead of just dropping you sats, I'm saying, hey man, I love your playlist. I want to keep this going. This is going to be my rock and roll road trip. You're playing exactly the type of music that resonates with me. I'd like to subscribe, if you will, to your playlist. So perhaps that's a way, because we are starting to see subscriptions through relays. And yeah, please, let's keep this interaction going.
Yeah, so you're talking about key to protect your content and to sort of deliver logically to the buyer. Isn't and I'd like a Nostr dev to be here. Is there the concept of delegated key? Wouldn't that work? Because you can delegate keys for a certain amount of time, so people could buy your content and use it for a certain amount of time using delegated key.
It stays alive.
Yeah, for as long as that keys get delegation from your main private key, I guess. And it would expire at some point. Or you could pay more and it never expires. I don't know. But maybe there's something there.
Along the line of relays. So I've got a relay curating content, or if you will, taking out the spam for me, and I'll pay them. And I've seen 20,000 sats in some of the early iterations. Hey, here's 20,000 sats, and maybe you have a lifetime membership, because it's all early. So something that continues to do that. Of course, we still have, because we're a digital world, and this is almost utopian, but once it's digital, yes, we understand there's piracy. So I don't think we're going to solve the piracy issue. So we have to accept that, all right, you know what? I like what you're doing. I don't necessarily need to download your song and own it, because I can get a digital file from multiple hosted nodes. And in that case, that's where torrents kind of seem to make sense to me. Everybody owns a little, rephrase. Everybody offers a little slice of that music, because if I have the playlist, I've adopted the playlist, it's making the calls back, or perhaps I'm hosting again on my own relay, because I'm now a music lover, and I'm going to be Disco Toshi. I'm going to be a DJ, and I'm going to curate for you, and I'm going to create a relay that's the rock and roll road trip. So I'm loving where this is going so far in your interaction. Let's get to the negative side. From what we've talked about, we always can't assume that great ideas are going to work. What's coming up the outside that we're potentially not seeing? Are we cutting off or looking to cut off revenue that might be otherwise generated? Yes, please.
I guess on the negative side, I hate to be the pessimist, but yeah, like putting a lock on the content, I feel like piracy is just they'll just duplicate it, or someone will pay and then duplicate it and like distribute it.
So I'm not sure how that solves that. I guess that's why Wavelake is like a voluntary boost, or you're sending sats voluntarily. I'm dev number 2 at Wavelake. I'm starting in a couple weeks, so I'm just getting up to speed.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Trying to figure all this stuff out, but yeah, Wavelake right now is they host the music. It's custodial. They hold the funds because of the node issue and the troubles there for someone setting up their own node.
Right.
But
Right on. Well, thanks to Wavelake, and shout out to them and challenge them at the same time.
Yeah.
Take this away. So, I hope that something, if we just say one thing, inspires somebody along the way, that would be excellent. Thank you for sharing the pessimistic side. As soon as you put on a lock, and I love this saying, there's a whole lot of crap. You can lock it down all day long. No one's going to try to crack it. But if it's really, really good, and you put a lock on it, then of course it's going to get pirated.
I will say one of the cool use cases for like just giving sharing the music for free was In Rainbows, Radiohead's famous album In Rainbows. They just released it and said pay what you want, and the record label and everything was up in arms, and they thought, oh, you're going to lose a bunch of money, and it ended up being one of their greatest sellers of all time. So I don't know. I don't think we're going to solve the piracy, but at the same time, if you're putting out good content, I think you're going to get reciprocation from your audience in hopefully the form of zaps and just shout outs like, I like what you're doing, keep going.
Yeah, great, and that's it. I was at Austin Austin Bitcoin Club, and there was a fabulous panel on that, and they were talking about the commerce side of things, and I challenged them. I said, well, how do we, in fact, ensure great content? So that comes back into this conversation. It's easy to publish things that maybe I think is good, but commercially speaking, something that's going to be viable. If we can hand those tools, the UI, the UX, to musicians, we can make it simple. It's grandma easy. They don't have to be a tech or a dev. They don't have to run a node. They can maybe, we're already, I don't want to get into the centralization side of things, but we're back to trust, the question earlier. If I can't host it myself, and no, I'm not going to go there. Let's say we do have to build something that I can download onto my desktop as easy as I've downloaded any software that I'm familiar with and I'm able to run. And then I just have to run an external drive. I mean, how much is music going to take up? Not much. Then we're back into bandwidth. So now we're into the Keat I/O conversation. How do we manage bandwidth? If I get a real popular song and I've got 10,000 people all pulling from my node, that's going to be a problem. So that's the idea of going back into a torrent-like scenario. So within the last couple of minutes that we'll run on this thing, let's see if we can pinpoint or checkmark the challenges that we've got. How do we distribute our content, maintain some sort of, and forgive the term because I'm not talking about a true NFT like a Bored Ape, but an NFT that locks in our rights. Perhaps it's the album cover. So if this client and they're playing my music, the album cover comes up, embedded in that with steganography is the key. And all you need to do is, as soon as my song comes into your playlist, it triggers the client to say, this next artist is requesting 1,000 sats. I know we're into a value for value kind of model, but at least we're kind of limping along. And then again, we've got the next challenge. I put a playlist together. Disco Toshi, he curates a fantastic playlist, and I want to be able to share that. So we've got the other thing we talked about is logging in with your pub key to take your experience for a drive, which is your playlist. So I don't know if I've caught it all, but yeah, please, let's, the microphone we have. Oh, we're changing. If you want to shout it out, I'll repeat it. Okay, yeah, please do.
Yeah, so I like the point of the album being released and then letting people pay what they think the artist deserves. I like that part about it, but on the piracy part, the cool thing about Nostr is you have to be held, you're going to be held accountable if you pirate someone's music. So if there is a Nostr artist, and just like this gentleman right here, and he's making great music, and then someone else tries to post that same song, somebody can call him out on a note in a reply, and he can't delete that, and everyone's going to see it, and they're going to know this guy's trying to get zapped for somebody else's music. So that's what Nostr helps with privacy, or in terms of piracy.
I love it.
Reputation.
Yeah, cool.
You've got 15 minutes, but it's lunch afterwards.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up real quick. We're getting a 15-minute call, and I'm happy to keep this going if we've got some ideas going. Otherwise, I do want to say that leading into this whole conversation after lunch right here again, Pleb Music will be hosting a conversation on Nostr and music, and he is one that has published. So just as you were describing, and let's pick up on that. So you are an artist, you've published into a Nostr client, you've got a community that's looking out for it, and you say, hey, that was my song, here I can show you exactly when I published it. And so now we're bringing social back into the equation. Don't go to that guy's node, block his node if he's now starting to put all the curation together. So that's cool. So really what we're doing is we're all self-sovereign individuals with our music, but we're relying on others. So now we're into voluntarism, which is kind of a cool thing. And still, Grandma Easy is eluding us. So to maybe talk a little bit of blue sky, this is a question again for a dev. What's the earliest anybody knows of running Nostr? What would just shout out one of the earliest dates? Anybody? Late 21? So November, December? Okay, so we're 21, 20. So yeah, we're barely 18 months into this, and the absolute rocket ship of development that's been taking place. So we know it's very early. I've heard people say that this is akin to IRC when the interwebs first got going and Netscape v1. So yes, blue sky means that people are going to be solving a lot of these problems. But if you can take something away and continue the conversation with your group and DRM from video, and let's move it over to music. Thank you for your contributions as a musician and what you're looking for, and your son over there, and Jeff and his music, Disco Toshi. We should get together somehow and continue this conversation. And I'd love to facilitate it. It's a passion of mine. Just to kind of bring it all back, how did I end up sitting here in this chair? Well, originally I just wanted to be part of this conference, and there was a form that said, hey, anybody want to volunteer? So I put my hand up to volunteer, and little did I know that we would be flying in webcast gear, expensive cameras, computers, and things like that. And I'm very grateful to be able to participate in that, and it came together very, very quickly. So I think that's the spirit of what's happening with Nostr and where our development is going. So I'll just say again, I'm happy to facilitate and keep that going. Reverend Hodl, that is my NIM on both Nostr and that other Bluebird platform. So that's easy to link in with me there. I'm going to create a website, and its intention is to be interactive and continue with this project. As I meet people through the conference, as we get some devs that know way more about merging code and doing things than I do, we'll certainly keep that happening. But yeah, let's see if by this time next year, we don't have something that really has the shape, if not faster, and it could be there faster. And of course, it's not going to be a walled garden, okay? I think the spirit is always open source. So this tool would be for creators. This would be something that the community built. It's for creators, and it's given back to them so that content can continue to proliferate and grow Nostr for the protocol that we believe it can be. Any final comments or questions before we pack it in and head into lunch? Okay, thank you for being here and allowing for me to just kind of riff with this thing. It was an open block, and I thought we would take this conversation. To remind you again, probably a lot more shape and form after lunch. If you're into the music, pleb music will be here after lunch. We're going to break down for an hour. Cue to the internet. Go after this. Go into a break, and yeah, hope you're enjoying day 2 and that your experience is everything you wanted it to be. Thanks very much, everybody.
gentlemen of class 99, wear sunscreen. If I could offer you one tip for the future, sunscreen would be it.
Okay, the call out to the next panel. If you're part of the next panel, could you please report up to the stage? And we're going to go here in about 2-3 minutes. All right, here we go. Yeah, folks, welcome back after the lunch break. How's everybody's? Let's hear it for the incredible food here. How about that? And so many thanks need to go out to all the behind-the-scenes people that are making this happen. We're going to make sure that we give them all the recognition they deserve, but we're going to get underway with this panel. And I basically, my role here is very simply moderator and hand it off to the discussion. If you were not here before lunch, I'll just set it up for you very quickly. We started the conversation about music, Nostr, and it went into a digital rights management, for lack of a better term, but more specifically, how do we keep the rights to our content that we publish? How can we get paid for it? What can we create in Nostr that's going to be something new that's never been done? So pull pieces together from all the disparate elements out there and put them into a client or relay and create something new for creators and specifically music creators. So on the panel we have musicians, we have a podcaster who in turn has a great dev community that listens to his podcast. So by way of this conversation and his podcast, we're going to hopefully enroll some of those people. with that said, why don't I hand the mic over and are you good to kick us off? Let's get this started from the standpoint of your podcast and your community, if you will.
Sure. Yeah, I'm G Sovereignty. I'm an engineer, developer, building stuff on Nostr and Bitcoin, or with Nostr and Bitcoin. And I also run the Nostrovia podcast. And what I've been thinking is like, Nostr's becoming a little bit of a circle jerk. So we don't really need any more of those. So we're going to kind of like blow the doors off this somehow. And since there's so many musicians and creators here, like that's a pretty good place to start the conversation, I think. So yeah, that's me.
Anybody want to start us off from a musician standpoint? Sure. Right in front of you, bro.
Hey guys.
Introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Jeff. I go by Disco Toshi as my stage name. I'm a DJ musician out of San Francisco. I also run a music festival called the Mustache Bash. Not trying to shill myself, but I've just been really into Lightning and Nostr, and I really want to find solutions to make an enhanced live experience and sort of a circular economy in a place like a music event or festival, and then also, producing my own beats on SoundCloud for so long. I sort of see Nostr as a new model for just like bedroom beat makers to sort of monetize and get their feet off the ground a lot sooner than they would otherwise.
I'm just going to bump in for 1 sec, just because it's for the online audience. This is not being broadcast with video in any way, so panelists, just so you know. So if you're listening online and you're going, hey, where's the picture? We're not seeing the picture. It was intended to be that way. You're listening to an audio-only podcast here at the Nostrica conference. So please, let's continue.
Okay. My name's Jeff. I'm not really a musician. I was asked to be on this panel a couple of minutes ago to sort of bridge a bit of the developer normie, tinker in Nostr and the music stuff. I have a lot of family members who are musicians, though. My brother especially makes quite a bit of money, like probably half his income from music, and absolutely hates the current system. So this has been, I keep thinking about him over and over, here at the conference. So yeah.
Hey everyone, my name is Josh. I'm a developer. Just got hired on at Wavelake, and a little background on Wavelake. They are trying to promote value for music via Lightning, and now Nostr, trying to integrate Nostr there. And that's it.
Okay, hi, I'm Jay. I'm a composer, music composer. I'm not a developer. I love Nostr. Since I entered Nostr, I started to interact with a lot of nice people. I performed my music live on Nostr Nest. I am the first musician that has ever performed live on Nostr Nest. I'm very proud of it. And I would love to interact with all these people.
Well, why don't we get it going then? So before lunch, we talked about rights. To hand it back then to the musicians, we talked about piracy. We agree we're not going to go there in this conversation. It almost seems pointless. So what we are talking about is publishing content, possibly time-stamping that content, embedding that timestamp in the content that goes out, having a simple tool that can be used. I know I'm taking it into the dev world here, but how about from a musician's standpoint, to throw it back to you, when you did your very first live concert, this is now a live stream. So we've got playlists of on-demand content, then we have live streaming. Perhaps they're the same thing, perhaps they're not. But I think we should differentiate those two. So, panel, I throw it to you. How do we want to talk about content that's published and leave live streaming for now? It's up to you.
I think the timestamping would be a very good option. It would definitely people would definitely see who was the first one that broadcasted that specific song, that specific video. I don't know about how it's technically possible, but probably you can tell more about it. I also think that at the moment people are broadcasting things that are not their property. There must be ways to eliminate them, or not to eliminate them, but to block them or to tag them in a way. I don't know if that's possible. Sorry?
What was broadcasting things that are not...
That are not, sorry, broadcasting things that are not theirs. So, so if you broadcast my music, or I broadcast your podcast, for example. Anyone?
So I'm going to throw a hand grenade here. And I know we said we were not going to talk about DRM, but I think DRM is the worst thing ever to happen to the internet. Like, it's horrible, horrible technology. And it's total value capture. Like, I was working for a video streaming company for a little while and ended up talking to some of the DRM guys, and they print money doing nothing. And I think the thing that excites me about Nostr is that it removes all the middlemen. And so I think people are fundamentally pretty good. And I think if you give them the option and a really simple, really easy way to pay for the thing that they get value from, that they will pay for it.
Cool. Sorry, not to cut you off, but why don't we take advantage of this? If anybody knows another term for DRM that's already being adopted by the Nostr or in the protocol, anybody have any sense? If not, maybe we come up with something today. You got to shout it out, and I'll repeat it.
What about smart contracts? Does that come into this at all? Anything on the blockchain?
The smart contracts was the question, and that's good question, absolutely. A smart contract, we're trying to turn that into, it's not a contract as much as it's your own embedded rights. So I agree with you, DRM, that's old news. So if we have an idea, maybe it comes out of this panel, maybe not, but wouldn't that be cool if right here at this Nostrica 2023, we came up with the name for the equivalent of digital rights management. We'll think about that as we continue. Where should we take this conversation? You guys are leading this.
Well, I can just quickly deal with the timestamping thing.
Yeah.
That's trivial. It's easy to do. You just put that in an op return on Bitcoin, or you embed it, you Merkle root it with a bunch of other stuff to make it cheaper. But that's very easy to solve. So like consider that solved. And then,
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah. I don't know. Anyone else?
I mean, there's a bunch of options for signing content in general, right? Like everything in Nostr, every node is signed with your keys. There are trivial ways to sign images, videos, music files, that sort of thing. I think the main thing is like most people don't get that, they don't understand that, and like they kind of don't care. You know, like it's okay. The music is out there. I want to listen to the song. You know, there'll be a small number of people who really care about like whether this is the authentic thing or not. But to me, it's almost like the problem is how do you make sure musicians are able to earn from the people that actually love their music, care about their music, that sort of thing, in a way that is like they're actually earning reasonable music rather than a handful of pennies from Spotify or something. Yeah.
Sorry. I think so far, like on Wavelake, things are voluntarily. People choose to pay.
Right. How does that feel? I mean, does that feel like it's gonna anywhere? Is it gonna be enough ever, or is that always gonna be a super, super small amount? You think?
I don't know. I think Wavelake now there are 150 artists maybe. Yeah. So it's really small.
Yeah.
So people are excited every time when new content is uploaded. People get excited and they zap you sets. So for now it works. I receive sets and I'm very proud every time I see a zap coming in. For the longer term, I don't know if it's gonna work. Probably not. I think you mentioned that people are willing to pay for quality. So I think you mentioned it before in the previous.
Yeah, like just the idea that if you're putting out good content, there's going to be you're going to get value back for it naturally. But I don't know. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Maybe that's my cue to jump in again. How about we? There was a great conversation at lunch, and I'm just going to share some of the thoughts here, and maybe we can break it into compartments and then pick up on these compartments. So, as separate topics, we've got authorship. So this is kind of what we're talking about. It's my content. I authored the content. Could we watermark that? Is there some sort of protocol or method that we can do something akin to a tweet stamp so that we can immediately write it into blockchain and therefore it's immutable? We also have a discussion around how to find music, and this already brought up a nip that would be possible. So could we adopt a new standard that clients can choose to say, yeah, I'd love to do that. So if you join that client and you type in the parameters of music, it finds it specifically. That was a conversation. Another part is how do we give back? Well, we know that we've got Zaps, etc. So we can talk about that. So once again, just to kind of repeat, we've got authorship, we've got finding that content, and then we've got giving back. So does anybody want to pick up on one of those?
So I was thinking about this for the for a project I'm working on, and for the podcast that I'm doing as well. So if you have content that you're producing regularly and it's kind of time sensitive, you can just have, it doesn't even need to be time sensitive, but you can have, like, you release your music periodically, and all the old stuff is free, but if you want the latest stuff, then you pay. And that's easily implementable as well. You just encrypt it and then give people the decryption key. And because old stuff is going to be, everyone's going to have it anyway because people are going to eventually share it anyway. So what you're really dealing with is just the latest stuff.
Could you define old stuff?
Sorry, repeat the question if you would, please. Into the mic.
Could you define old stuff? Like what time phrase are you talking about?
It's arbitrary. It's up to you. So yeah, because
I think the thing you're kind of getting at there is scarcity, right? And so like you can have scarcity of the actual thing at all, and so maybe there's like you just don't have very many copies of it, and that's what I think historically music has tried to do. It's like you've got to go to the record store and buy the record from the record label and that sort of thing. What you're talking about is time scarcity, which is like, hey, do you want to be the first person to listen to it? Yeah, you're going to pay. And then we actually don't care that there's eventually going to be 10 bazillion copies of this thing because...
You can't stop it anyway, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think that works because, the Kevin Kelly 1,000 True Fans? No. Okay, so who knows Kevin Kelly 1,000 True Fans? Okay, good. I feel like this is like early internet stuff. So Kevin Kelly had this post years and years and years ago called 1,000 True Fans, and his kind of proposition was basically what we're talking about now, which is if you're a musician, if you're a creator of any sort, if you have 1,000 people who are going to buy whatever it is as soon as it comes out, you can make a good living. Like you're never going to be a bazillionaire, but you'll make a good living at doing what you love to do. And I kind of think that's the direction the whole value for value thing is going at, is like, okay, how do we find those 1,000 true fans? How do we make it easy for creators to narrow in on those people, and then very easily monetize the interaction there, or provide them the value and allow them to give the value back?
How about if I again just kind of jump in and put it back to a technical bent? So, any musicians out there ever have a really shitty record contract? Yeah, there you go. That has, for lack of a better term, time to live. And so I've given access to my content because perhaps it needs to be custodial. Before lunch, the musician does not have to go through a coding course. They just download something onto their computer. It's a plug-in for their favorite digital audio workstation. But I've now released the rights to my content to a custodian who then disseminates that in a playlist that shows up in a client built on Nostr. And then I'm saying, you know what, these guys, they don't have the spirit of Nostr. They're not of the same ilk, if you will. So that time to live expires. But I can now be publishing to other relays at the time. So I wanted to pick up on what you were saying, and that was in the idea of there is live streaming and the ability to have something that's in real time, but maybe we're also sending content out to the interweb that has to have a finite time. What do you think about that?
I mean, I guess the timestamp thing is trivial. Again, like it's there's plenty of different ways, and you can do that technically. I guess I'd put the question back and go, do we even need that sort of arrangement anymore, right? Because the reason the record company existed is they were distribution, and like you as a musician didn't have a way to distribute everywhere, and now you have a you can distribute everywhere. It's easy, and so I think the arrangement should look very different now. Like, you know, you might not need to give anything to the record company. You're basically hiring a marketing agency. And you're like, hey, spread the word, but like, you know, so I can keep making music, but like you fundamentally still control all the rights and all the content and all the masters, and you're not giving them control of anything. You're just hiring a marketing agency.
Cool. So can we try to put some shape around that? As they say, pull on the thread. Anybody? Audience, you know, you're part of this too. This is an audio-only podcast, but we don't have to be the only ones talking. If you've got some ideas, you know, step forward. This session is going to be that, and unfortunately we don't have a mic to take out. But if you want to shout your question out, I'll repeat it. We want to take something that is non-scarce and share it in a scarce manner, as your summary. Right. Right. That's a lot to repeat, but I got you. So we want to create something scarce that scarcity is creates value, I suppose. But we want to share it with what we referred to. Sorry if I didn't get your term right, but not a walled garden, but something similar to that. We want to put some protection around it, utilizing the Bitcoin protocol. I think next time I'm going to get you to use a mic because I'm not doing a great job of it. But what can we pick up on that?
Yeah, no, I think the 1,000 followers, that the time scarcity aspect, I think there's something there. I think we should, pull on that thread some more, because ultimately the value of the music, it's kind of like oxygen. It's like, it's really valuable, but there's a lot of it, and that's kind of where music trends towards. You can digitally copy it. It eventually will just be copied over and over, but initially you can stem the flow of that copying by with the time scarcity of it. Like, give out 1,000 keys, that'll unlock it initially, and people will pay for those. But yeah, eventually I think the value of the music will just drop, trend towards nothing, essentially. Or you could go through like things like comments on the music, try to things around the music, receipts that show that you provably paid for the music, but the actual content itself, it eventually, I don't know if you can kind of prop up the value of it.
And would you add an incentive to the first 1,000 keys, for example? Why would you be one of those?
Yeah, so
1,000?
some sort of like a provable receipt that shows that you could prove that, hey, I was one of those 1,000 first buyers, and people might seek that out and buy that. And so in a way, they're buying the music and they're buying that receipt as well. But eventually, people aren't going to buy the music. I don't think.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah, I also think, the time scarcity thing, I don't think we've actually seen it truly play out, and how big of a magnitude it could be with a network effect if, you know, a big sized artist came on board. I think the incentive structure though for them, it's hard because they're under contract with Warner or, you know, one of the big four labels, and it's going to be hard to get someone like that on board, but I'm so fascinated to see what the network effect would look like. You know, if a Taylor Swift or someone said only the first 1,000 copies you can listen to it for like X amount of months prior to anyone else listening to it. Like, what would listeners pay for that? I don't think we've Bitcoin.
No, not be quiet. Be cool.
I thought you said
very
Bitcoin.
cool. Go ahead.
That's all I really had.
I mean, you could do it like just an ordered thing. So just like a decaying price. So like the the first person to buy it, it's the most expensive, and it just keeps going down.
Yeah.
And then because it's going to be free eventually anyway, so you just kind of use that existing curve that you can already get that data, like, so you can just model that.
Yeah. Time scarcity.
And that would give an incentive to the initial buyers to not leak it, I guess, and then eventually once the value starts falling down, then someone somewhere will leak it, and it becomes, and it just shoots down to zero.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, and forgive me if I'm on the wrong track here, but we're almost like getting into public domain. Is that what we're referring to? You know, who owns the rights to Happy Birthday? I don't know. Maybe Disney, but sorry to say that online. Scarcity is important, but why is it then, to use that analogy, that public domain, which should be the mouse, the cartoon mouse, continues to get upped, if you will, for the licensing? Obviously, there's value there, so we don't want to lose our value through scarcity or lack of scarcity.
I think like there's two different things. One is, okay, there's copies of your music all across the internet, but you still retain all the copyrights, and you still retain all of the licensing, rights and everything else that goes along with that fits into the more traditional system of, you're still able to sell to, a TV show or a commercial or a movie or whatever it is.
Or sync.
Yeah, that remains, right? And that's well protected and all the rest. But I think, with the internet, like chasing pirates is just stupid. Like it's whack-a-mole. Like you're never ever gonna win. So you might as well just embrace that fact and go, okay, how does that shift the business model? And like maybe you've got to be creative in your music, but you've also got to be creative in how you decide to give people that music. Like, do you guys remember when Radiohead put out in Rainbows, and they were like, it was the first album where it was like, pay what you want. The label was pissed. But it was awesome because people talked about it so much, and it was just, free publicity everywhere because it was just an interesting idea. And it generated a huge amount of money. Yeah.
So on that note, let me throw something really crazy at everybody. Again, part of a lunch conversation. Are we trying to build something for the greater, if you will, normies, when in fact maybe we're better to be focusing on a community that says, you know what, this is still a great market, and these are the people that are willing to pay. These are the people that appreciate that. Maybe if we focus inward to the, and in this case, Nostr, and utilizing that protocol for this purpose. So others are going to join Nostr. There's no question about it. But if I understand Relays correctly, the beauty is we can more or less keep the shape around, for lack of a better example, 80-20 rule. 80-20 being 80 the normies, 20% being the Nostricans that are willing to do that. So can I shift this back to a problem-solving thing? Are you guys cool with that? Okay, so what we definitely have to stamp something. We need to be able to share it. Why don't we pick up on how do we do this socially? In the session before lunch, I talked about letting someone take my pub key, obviously not my private key, my pub key, which means they can take me for a spin. They can literally come on board of what I do. So sharing, anybody got any ideas on how we might share either a single track or perhaps my entire playlist of music? Any thoughts there?
You could just, can you elaborate what do you mean? Like,
Sorry, yeah.
Sorry, sharing is not the problem. To share, you can share it and everyone for free. That's not a problem. The problem is to protect the rights of the musician and to make an income, right?
Yeah. So if I'm a content owner and I publish to myself, in other words, and then I share my pub key and you're running on my node, you have to, not my node, but my profile, you have to pay me in that regard. So, yeah, go.
I think I know what you're talking about here. Like you can log in as someone else just by putting their pub key into a client and see what it looks like to be them or whatever. I don't think that solves the issue of like how they're gonna see your music or see your content in that way. But I think the fact that we've got Zaps and Lightning payments, I think that is a really, and this isn't like a Nostr specific thing necessarily, but it's an interesting cross between, the social and like the ability for something to go viral or spread much faster, plus like almost frictionless payments. And so you can imagine just kind of scrolling through Nostr, listening to a thing, and just being like, oh, that's a really nice song, bam. And in aggregate, or in I guess each one of these unique transactions might be tiny, but in aggregate that could become huge. So it might just be, like lubricant to the system almost. It just helps all that stuff happen much faster. And again, the internet copy machine is going to win eventually. But I don't know.
Yeah, let's get a microphone, please, onto the just again, for the online audience, we can hear you and the people can hear you here, but we wanted to make sure we get your question correctly. And just giving everybody a shout, we're getting down to our countdown, so really we'll go around for final thoughts and anything we may not.
Hang on.
No, you've changed your mind?
Okay, cool.
I got the mic.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Question from the audience.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you guys have looked into like all of what's happening on the Ethereum side and like sound.xyz, etc. They've had a lot of success essentially separating like streaming and royalties from simple collectible value. And so a new artist goes online, they do a 25 NFT collection, they make 2.5 ETH, that funds them a little longer, and they go on. At the end of the day, they own all their content, they own all their licensing, but they have a fan base that's following them along the way. So how could this be kind of replicated within our ecosystem? And another
stump the band.
Like, I don't want to take the shitcoin question.
And another interesting part of it is like smart contracts. Well, a good part of the smart contract is every time one of those collectibles sells in a secondary market, 10% of it goes back to the artist. So you not only have like this bootstrapping capital, but you have this persistent cash flow coming in from all the trading of your collectibles for perpetuity. So it's an interesting system of how a musician can bootstrap themselves.
Okay.
It's
We got a
definitely an
question
interesting
up here.
system.
I'll respond to that real quickly. The concept of ownership through smart contract NFTs is still undecided. So I don't think it's been pressed in any courts. I don't think anyone's claimed that their rights as NFT holders actually represents legal ownership in any jurisdiction.
Yeah, I think the main thing is it's a system for creating what we were talking about of like how do you reward those 1,000 true fans and give them something unique that they can provably say that they own, and I think that is really interesting. And like that's I think a lot of people have tried to do that with Bitcoin and Lightning in different ways, and I don't know that it's the same thing. I don't think it would end in the same way, but I think it's a cool idea in the sense that there has to be some way of giving them something that is provably real in a sense.
So Nostr doesn't have locks on things, so that's the issue there. But what you can do is build a state machine which takes in Nostr events and builds state with those, which is something I've been doing. But
yes, what about monetizing a blog? I've been looking into this nodeless. Who can talk about nodeless? And it's how to, I guess they're implementing Zaps into like a WordPress blog or that sort of thing. What about going in that direction? Can you speak to that at all?
I mean, my thought is it's exactly the same. I mean, like all the same problems apply to any type of content, whether it's video, music, written word, like whatever it is. So yeah.
Yes, so I would have to fulfill my digital object or through a coupon code, and they would go and download my ebook, and it would still be not protected at all. But it would be protected through like Smashwords, who does my publishing for ebooks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really not cutting out the middleman, even if I'm like setting up a storefront on my website. So I don't know. I just wondered if you had any thoughts.
I suppose there are definitely cryptographic ways to say, okay, you bought this ebook. I'm going to hash that with your key in some way that means that like only your key can open this thing. But in theory,
you just encrypt the content and then hand out the decryption keys to the people that you.
Yeah. Well, here we go. I'm gonna jump in.
That can be.
Hold on, I want to jump in real quick. As soon as the person decrypts the content, it's plain text and can be pirated and published anyway. So we're back in the same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you could do a Nostr, share to a Nostr private key and know that it's encrypted in transmission and only being decrypted by that client. But you could log in with that client, that person's pub feed, and still see it decrypted and then copy it and share it. So.
Yeah, and so where we're at, and thank you for the question, I want to use that as the example. That is the question from creators. So we got to make it grandma easy. I like that term. It has to be easy to be quickly implemented, and those that understand technically how to do it, I just encrypt it, but the question was perfect. Well, how do I do that? So we want to push a button, is I guess basically, how did we get to a 1,000-channel universe? Somebody invented the remote control. So that's what we're getting at. So because we have to close out the panel, and basically we've got an elephant that we are trying to eat in a single bite, is there any bite-sized chunks of this elephant we can take away that maybe we can begin to start development on? We can put the call out to through your podcast, or people, do we want to identify one? And let's use that. How about as we wrap up the panel, everybody gets their final thought. What would you like to see started on work? How about if we go that direction? Can we start with yourself?
I think the simplest thing to do right now is it's quite simple to just build an app where the time-based one. So that I mentioned earlier. So like you release your content and it's encrypted, and then you release it to the people you want to, and then like eventually it's going to be free anyway. But like the people who pay get the latest stuff, and everybody else kind of has to wait. And that can be built very quickly.
Yeah, I also think a simple way. I come from SoundCloud and making my beats and putting them just like on demand for play. So I like the simplest solution for me is like just building almost like a Nostr cloud client that I don't know how I would handle the audio or where it would be stored, or if there'd be specific relays for it. But and then instead of just liking or reposting, you start zapping and you're tapped into the entire Nostr network. I think that would be cool.
I'm just going to second that, because I think the most important thing here is it's a copy machine. It's going to go to zero. Don't play whack-a-mole. And if we had a really, really slick, amazing UI that users get into, that's going to be the fastest way for musicians to actually make a bunch of money.
Yeah, I think focusing on the experience, because the value eventually go to zero, and then alternatively the pay for priority idea. I think there's some potential there. Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to keep on composing beautiful music and leave the rest up to you guys, because I don't think we're going to make it today.
Perfect note to end it on. Thank you very much to the panel, Music and Nostr. Stay tuned for the next workshop coming up in very short. We're going to do a real quick turnaround. And if you liked anything you heard here, share it, get some devs. Let's make this happen. Guys, I hope that worked all right for you. Okay. Really great contributions.
Mic check, check, check. Check 1, 2. Yeah. I'll probably wander the stage a little bit. Yeah, okay, awesome. I'll give people just a moment to kind of collect for the last. Pardon me? Yeah, okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to start my talk in a moment, and I want to do it in a way because there's going to be a little bit of storytelling. I'm going to start with the way that they used to tell stories in Haiti. So it goes like this. When I say crick, you say crack. Okay, and I have to be convinced that you hear it. So when I say crick, you say crack. Crick! No, I got to hear it a little bit again. Crick! No, I got to hear it a little louder. Crick! Very good. Okay. Because especially in conferences, you can imagine when people are walking around and you meet somebody, how do you know that they're really there, that they're really present? Because we're always kind of off in a story state, in a dream state in our mind, walking through the world, navigating, and so often we can feel that when we meet someone, we're like, hey, are you here? Are you listening? Are you picking me up? And so when it comes to the telling of story, because we're going to go into a bit of a mythical landscape today. And I feel a bit, I might say, to be completely honest, a bit out of place. Okay, I'm not, your typical character at the tech conference. And to be completely honest, I found myself here. I found myself here because I live here, and I teach yoga here. My brother is very into cryptocurrency. He was about to start a token with his DAO-based technology. So I've been sort of around it, very interesting. But I'm very interested in 3 areas: culture, consciousness, and technology, and how they work together. So I've worked a lot more time on the culture and consciousness side with a lot of interest in knowing the absolutely essential role that technology plays in taking us to the more beautiful world that our hearts know is possible. I know it's absolutely fundamental. And so my curiosity is, well, how can I be of service in this movement? It's definitely not with a computer. It's not in the sense of writing code, right? Someone sent me, I think it was Lee, he sent me a message today about someone named something Finley, about how he says, if you want to change the world, don't go to a protest, write code. So it's an interesting idea that we're living in a time now where actually the way in which we program our technologies is a form of activism. It can be a form of activism, and that's what makes me excited to be here, because it seems to me that there's this genuine interest in looking at how we code, how we design the kind of systems that are going to create a more equitable, a more thriving future for all. That's very important. And so there's a saying in China And it's actually, it's a curse. They say, may you live in interesting times. It's a curse. You want to curse someone, you say, may you live in interesting times. Right? I think we're all have been cursed in a past life. Maybe we all lived in China, we got cursed, and we're all here together. May you live in interesting times, because we live in interesting times, very interesting times. The Chinese character for crisis is actually made up of two characters. Okay, Wei Ji. Wei is danger. Ji is often is translated as opportunity, but it means that is the point, the inflection point in which change happens. Right? So when we think of opportunity, we're poised at the inflection point of change. What is it that makes someone successful and not successful? Mediocre success versus great success. Phenomenal success happens when you are watching what the next point of change is and you're poised to enter it, to take advantage of it. When they asked Wayne Gretzky what made him such a great hockey player, right? What did he say? He skates to where the puck is going, right? So I'm curious how many people are here because some part of them feels like they're skating to where the puck is going. Put up your hand if you feel like you're here because you're skating towards where the puck is going. Okay, so that's very important that we're together and we acknowledge that that's the case, because you need enough people who are skating together so we're skating as a team, because success in the future is not an individual phenomena. It's not a solo heroic quest. It actually needs to be a collective success, right? Because as they say, I like this, that I is illness, we is wellness, right? That we need to move together in order for well-being for all. And so what I'm picking up as I'm here is that there's this collective skating towards where we see the puck is, and there's this communication across the teams of how to get there. And it's definitely not an easy thing to do. What I've noticed while I've been here is, well, like anything, it's just too big to figure out. It's almost too big to figure out. And yet you have to talk about it. You have to work on it, right? But as much as our minds want to think that we can see the whole thing in the whole system, true systems are too complex, especially when you have so many different parts and so many humans involved. So you have to approach it differently. Your mindset has to be different. And that's where leadership training is important, where yoga is important, where consciousness studies are important, because they train you to be an emergent leader, to be able to sense and feel into the moment, and to be able to move with the currents of what is emergent and developing. And it seems like that is kind of what needs to happen in any decentralized technology and decentralized structure. You have to be able to do that on some level. You know, before we get into the mythical space, because I do think stories have a lot to tell us, as I'll go into this, about how we actually can do these things, because we've been doing them for a long time. Even though what we're doing here seems new, it's a very old thing if you look at it from a different perspective. Humans have been doing this activity for a long time. Okay. And so, once upon a time, there was a centipede. And I'm telling this story because of my yoga class this morning at 5 a.m., I was there sweeping the space, and there was this centipede, and he was just going around in little circles. He didn't want to leave. And he was just walking around, and at 6 o'clock, at 7 o'clock, the same centipede for 2 hours was in this little place. So I was like, oh, I got to tell the centipede story. It was a lesson for me, too. So this is how it goes. So the centipede's there walking around, and the fox goes to the centipede, and he says, Centipede, man, I can't believe it. You know, you have 100 legs. How is it that you walk with 100 legs and you just don't fall over? You just seem to be able to walk everywhere like that. And the centipede says, you know, that's a good point. I never really thought about it. I always just kind of did it. And the fox kind of slyly smiled and walked away. And the centipede started to walk, and he fell all over himself because he started to try to think about how he was doing it, how to work each of the 100 legs together, right? So that's a thing, right? I mean, it seems to me that what's kind of unfolding is like there's this big centipede, right? And if you try too hard to get every single leg to understand and work together, try too hard to do it, you'll end up falling. But it needs to happen. It needs to walk, and it needs to move, and it seems to be walking and moving. which is very interesting to see happen. But there's a very important teaching from ancient China that I was considering today. And I think it's important for anyone who's trying to do anything big to change the world, where they need to work with groups of people and wage campaigns. And it's from The Art of War by Sun Tzu. The ancient cultures understood warfare very, very well. And be under no illusion, we are in warfare now. There's a war that is happening. A war of information, as you know. A war over governance. A war on finance. Ultimately, it's a war about power. And that is what war comes down to. It's power. And we're all in this battle together, whether we know it or not. So it's important to look, okay, well, what is some of the teachings on good warfare? One of them that Sun Tzu says is, 天时地利人和，三者不得，岁生有殃. I say it in Chinese because it's a little more badass, has a bit more of effect, you know. But what is he saying in English? 天时, the timing. 地利, the place. 人和, unity amongst the people. 三者不得. If you don't have all three of these together, though you will have success in the short term, in the long term you won't succeed. Right? You need timing, unity amongst the people, and the place that they're working together. So it's interesting to come to places like this because you feel that convergence, right? Where there's a timing and there's a unity amongst the people and a convergence of place. It's important to always keep this in mind. And when you find those three elements together, to trust that there's something bigger than you guiding you to a successful campaign. Because how campaigns used to be waged in the past is they used to consult the oracles. They would consult the I Ching. I Ching means the book of changes. And the book of changes would indicate to them when would be a favorable condition to engage a campaign, and also the invisible forces of change that are influencing current events. Because change is essential, understanding change and mastering the process of moving with change. And this is connected to the term meta. We live in a time of meta, right? I hate that it means something different to people now. But not meta, obviously, of Facebook, but it's a very just crass Facebook thing to do, is to try and capitulate on a change that's much bigger than them. And then people don't like that, because it's not a people's movement, because they're not driving the change. It's happening from beneath them. But meta, we live in a time of meta crisis, which means multiple crises is happening in inflection points that are almost beyond our capacity to understand, and yet we have to understand it. And so when we refer to meta, meta means the bigger context, the bigger subset in which something is taking place, like a metaverse, right? Meta just takes you, this is the current parameters, meta, expand the parameter, it's bigger now. Right? Meta also refers to change, the change process. And so the Greek word for metaphor means actually that which is the fundamental driving process of the meta. The holder of the meta is a metaphor. And so what is myth? Myth is a metaphor. So if we live in a time of meta, we need to tune our minds to myth, because it means we're living in mythic times. So that's why when I talked to Lee to come to talk today, or how it came about, I said, well, I'm really interested in mythology, in ancient Indian mythology, and I told him a lot of the great scientists of the Western world came into contact with Vedic thought. Nikola Tesla was friends with Swami Vivekananda, who came to speak and bring yoga knowledge to the West through the Parliament of World Religions. Einstein had encountered Vedic thought. Some of the best conversations philosophically, like sort of philosophy of science and philosophy of, I would say, inquiry into truth, were between Krishnamurti and David Bohm. If you haven't heard it, well, look at these conversations online. And so these myths and these teachings that come from Indian culture are extremely valuable. And I'll tell you why, because what happens when you don't have a culture that's rooted in some form of mythology? the culture is disoriented. It's disoriented. Because without context, how are you going to associate meaning? You know, people are coming here to this conference. Okay, there's people in here that get it, but in the larger sense, we're always trying to establish context. Myth contextualizes reality. And so there's 4 functions of a mythology. The first is the mystical function. The mystical function of a mythology, and I'm talking about a mythologized culture, like a good mythology, not just like any average myth that you hear, but really, really integrated mythology. The mystical function orients you to the mystery, to the big, to the vast. That thing which is moments of our lives we touch. There's something much greater than us. Those are moments where we stare out to the vastness of the sky and we have that moment of connection to the wonder. A myth helps orient us to that, to the bigness of the whole thing. Because if we forget that we are just a piece of a much bigger whole, right, we actually experience alienation. Or we get really big egos. Right? Both of those are dangerous. So mythology is always reorienting you in that way. The second one is it provides a cosmological function, the cosmology, which is how does this whole thing work? Yeah, it's a mystery, but it has principles. It has operating principles. So how does this thing work? Science is playing the cosmological role of mythology today, right? Science is helping to orient us to the laws of the cosmos, from the vastest scales all the way down to the subatomic. But in the process, even when we go deep and deep and deep into science, we realize that it's still a mystery. Science can tell you how gravity operates. Ask a science to tell you what gravity actually is. What is it? You can't touch it, you can't feel it, you can't see it, and yet it operates and has very clear effects and laws. So myths also have to orient us to the mystery of it and help us to orient to how this mystery operates and works in the world. In the yogic culture, these principles are called dharma. Dharma are the laws of nature that uphold the cosmos. But these are not necessarily the physical laws, but the invisible, you might call spiritual laws of nature. Okay? Not religious in that sense. It's not a top-down imposition of someone's mind. It's observing how life operates. And there's an outer way in which it operates, there's an inner way in which it operates. If you observe your life, then you notice that if you do certain things to people, if you say certain things, if you think certain things, if you feel certain things happen in your life, right? And so the third function of mythology is the social function, which is a good mythology should orient us to how do we operate on a social level. So from birth to death to financial interactions to marriages to any kind of thing in society, a mythology should be able to orient us towards that. And the fourth is the psychological, which is how do I act in this moment? And I'm more interested, that's the important function right now, which is how do I source the right action in this moment? Because most of us are just, we're operating on our own ideas, our attitudes, and our opinions, and that's fine. But it's helpful to have a mythological reference point when we have to make very important decisions that impact our lives and the lives of others. Because maybe the decision we're about to make has been faced by someone in the past before. We still have to unfold our own myth, but we can look back to the myths to help us understand the context of the situation we might be in a metaphorical sense. So that's the story I'm about to tell you today. It's called Churning the Ocean, and it's a Vedic tale, and it goes a little something like this. Once upon a time, the Devas, who, it sucks because English is not the greatest language for translating some of these things because they're kind of Catholicized, these words, okay? So we would say Devas in English is translated as gods, okay, the gods. And there's these two forces that we're going to talk about in this story, the Devas, which are the gods, and the Asuras, which we might translate as demons, but they're not really demons. Asura means to be against the light. So those that are towards the light and those that are against the light. Okay? So these two forces are ancient. They're always in battle. And it so happens that the Asuras are winning. They're very, very powerful. In ancient culture, in Indian culture, these are fluid entities. Sometimes the Devas become Asuras, Asuras become Devas. Right? Some of the Asuras, actually, these demons, get great powers by becoming great yogis. The most powerful Asura in the history of Indian civilization, Ravana, was a great yogi. He used his yogic power, his practice of will and his mind to develop such powerful abilities that he became undefeatable by any of the gods. Okay. So we see that play out in the world today. Right? So in this battle between the Devas and the Asuras, the Devas are losing, and it's because the chief, the head of the Devas, he was cursed because he was arrogant towards the sage. And the sage was not pleased by the ignorance and the arrogance of this god. His name is Indra, the lord of the Devas. And so he cursed him and the Devas that they would be struck down with weakness and the Asuras would be able to defeat them. Now Indra doesn't know what to do. So he goes to the creator, Vishnu. He goes to Vishnu and he says, Vishnu, please help us. If I don't get some assistance right now, we're going to be defeated by the Asuras and the balance of the world will be thrown off. And so Vishnu says, okay, well, there is something you can do. You need to get the nectar of immortality. And so he says, yeah, sure, that sounds wonderful. Who doesn't want the nectar of immortality? He says, tell me, what do I do to get the nectar of immortality? He says, the only way for you to produce this nectar is to go to your cousins, the Asuras. Is that interesting? They're cousins, actually. They're related. The Devas and the Asuras. You have to go to your cousins, the Asuras, and you have to churn the ocean of milk. And in churning that ocean, you will produce the Amrit. And Indra says, no way, I'm not working with those guys. They're our enemies. And he can give all the reasons why he would not work with the Asuras. And Vishnu says, well, that's up to you. But this is your only way. You got to work with them. And if you don't work with them, this churning doesn't happen. And don't ask me for help anymore. So then Indra says, okay, fine. But what happens? But they're more powerful than us. So when we get this nectar of immortality, if they're more powerful and they get the nectar and they drink it, then we're doomed because they've drank the immortal nectar. And Vishnu says, don't you worry about that. For that you have to have faith. So two things you have to do in order for this nectar to come to you. One, when the churning happens, anything that comes out of it, any prize, you don't covet it. Don't be distracted from your purpose. And when the nectar does come out, trust that it will come to you. So Indra says, okay. So in order to perform this churning, they have to get the great snake, Vasuki. And they take this snake and they have to wrap it around the central mountain of the world. Now the problem is that it's a mountain and they have to get this mountain into the ocean. And so the Devas go and they dig out the mountain, they dig it out, but the Devas are weak. So as they're carrying it on their back, they start to lose their strength, right? Many of them die in the process of trying to carry this mountain to the ocean. So then Vishnu comes down and helps to carry the mountain towards the ocean. They put it in the ocean. And they're about to start churning, but the problem is that it's a mountain in the ocean. The mountain starts to sink down. And so Vishnu then again comes in and helps, and he turns himself into a tortoise, and he sinks down to the bottom of the ocean, and he carries the mountain on his back. So now the stage is set for the churning to happen. They get the snake, and the snake wraps around the mountain at 7 different points. Esoterically, those 7 points represent the 7 chakras, the energy centers of the body. And it wraps around these 7 points, and they begin to pull, and they begin to churn, pulling one side and other. The Devas and the Asuras, pulling and churning, pulling and churning, pulling and churning. And the first thing that comes out of the ocean is a ferocious poison. A poison so deadly that if they spend more than a few minutes inhaling it, all of them are going to die. The Devas and the Asuras. They didn't expect for this to happen, that the first thing to come out would be a poison. So what do? Shiva, the Lord of Destruction, comes down. And he takes a bowl and he scoops the whole ocean of poison up and he drinks it back like this. And he holds it in his throat. His wife actually holds his throat. He's known as the blue-throated one, Neelkant, because she was scared. Because she knows Shiva is the crazy guy. He's one of those yogis that has no fears, an ascetic. So she's like, if he drinks this poison, I can't let it go into his heart. I can't let it go into his head. In yogic symbology, what does this poison represent? We call it delusion, the illusion of the world, right? We can't let the illusion and the delusions that start happening as we start doing this churning process go to our head. So it doesn't go to his heart and doesn't go to his head. Then the churning process continues, and all these wonderful things come out. Beautiful rubies, instruments, herbs, plants, the wish-fulfilling cow. All these things emerge, and the demons kind of start to fight over them. But remember the devas, Vishnu told them, do not covet anything that comes out of this. Don't covet it. Keep your focus on the task at hand. Right? Keep your vision on the mission. So they keep churning, until out comes the Amrit, the nectar of immortality. And this nectar of immortality is being born by Lakshmi, the goddess of abundance. And the goddess of abundance comes with this beautiful nectar of immortality. Or, in some versions, the Lord of Health, of Ayurveda, she comes with this nectar. And in that moment, the Asuras, being more powerful, leap and they grab it out of her hand. And as they're about to drink it, Vishnu, as promised, converts himself into a beautiful Apsara, a goddess, a temptuous goddess, right, called Mohini. And she flies in front of them, and she entices them with her dance. And she smiles at them, and she reveals herself to them, and they get so possessed with madness and lust that they forget for a moment that they have this nectar of immortality because they're so lustful and greedy, they've never seen anything so beautiful, right? That even in the face of having the nectar of immortality, they're distracted by their lower nature. And in that moment, Indra comes and he gets the nectar of immortality and he drinks it and he chafs it and passes it all the way down the line of devas, and they all drink it. At this point, the devas enter into a battle with the asuras and basically subdue them. They're at the point of completely destroying them, where Brahma, one of the gods, comes and ensures that they have a peace. Because he says, no matter what has happened, they are still your cousins. So though you may subdue them and do not allow them to rise to power again, you cannot obliterate them totally, otherwise you're no different than they are. For are they not part of you and a reflection and needed by you in order for this whole churning process to continue? And so a peace was negotiated. At the end, all of the devas are standing in line, and some of the, goddesses come down because they're hoping after a battle you might find a good man. At least in the old times, not drone warfare, but for men to go into battle, you just have to have some courage, some valor. And so they're looking, maybe we'll find a good man. And so all the devas are parading how strong they were and how important they were and how they pulled harder than anybody else. But she saw standing at the end was Vishnu, who we forgot about from the beginning of the story because he turned himself into a turtle to carry the whole mountain on its back for the entire churning process to take place. And he never said anything about it. He never asked for any recognition. He just gave himself in service to the good of all. And she could see into his heart, because Lakshmi can see into the hearts. So Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth and abundance, took Vishnu as her consort. And that's why they teach that the true goddess of wealth flows to the one who serves the good of the whole, who serves the good of all. And that's the story. That's the story. Yes, thank you. So let's unpack this story a little bit. And to do that, I'm going to read to you a line from one of my favorite mythologists. His name is Joseph Campbell. How many people know Bill Moyers? Bill Moyers. Okay, well, he's one of the greats. Okay, he had an interview with Joseph Campbell, and he said to him, "You say mythology is the study of mankind's one great story." I'm actually saving you like years of study of mythology right now with this quote. You pay attention to this. It's really the shit. It says, you say mythology is a study of mankind's one great story. What is that great story? What is it? And Campbell says, that we have come forth from one ground of being as manifestations in the field of time. The field of time is a kind of shadow play over a timeless ground, and you play the game in the shadow field. You enact your side of the polarity with all your might. But you know that your enemy, for example, is simply the other side of what you would see as yourself if you could see from the position of the middle. Let me say that again, because it needs to be digested. So we're playing this game in a shadow field, and you have to enact your side of the polarity with all your might. Whichever side you're on. Whether you're an Asura, you got to play that. If you're a Deva, you got to play this. You got to enact it and play it with all your might. What you believe in, what you stand for, what you're here for, what in yoga we call our dharma, our purpose, our duty in life, our role. You have to embody and play that with all of your might. But, you have to know that your enemy is actually you as well, seen from standing in the middle. So that's what makes masterful mythology in our lives. Is how do you enact your role completely and fully while also knowing that the one that you would call your enemy is also yourself if you could see from the position of the middle. That's the one great story. If we can learn how to do that. I imagine when it comes to the work that's being done now, whether it's in this conference or in the financial world or anyone who's trying to create systems of freedom, systems of liberation, they have to fight against systems of oppression, of manipulation, of power and control. And you have to enact your polarity with all your might. But know that if you stand in the center, you could be that person as well, in a different form, in a different position, born in a different condition. That could be you too. Because that's the only way you can understand the mind and heart of your enemy. You have to be able to stand into the middle. It's also the way that you can maintain equanimity and stay in your center. Because otherwise you get possessed by your stories and emotions that come when you're churning on this side of it. You lose your center, right? In the yoga, in Bhagavad Gita, which is one of the greatest, I think, spiritual texts of all time, it happens in the midst of a battle. There's this great battle in India called the Mahabharata. And in the middle of the battle, as the greatest warrior of all time in India is about to go to war and fight his family for a cause that is completely just because of the decline of virtue in empire, for the decline of truth and goodness and beauty, he's fighting against that. But in that moment, he looks at them and he sees that some of the people on the other side were once his family and his friends. And he says, I can't fight. I can't do it. And that's when Krishna comes and says, no, you have to fight. That's your responsibility. But first establish yourself in yoga, then fight. Find your equanimity, find your center, then go into battle. Because when you are able to fight your side and also see from the position of the center, you're invincible. You're invincible. And that karma won't touch you. Right? And so this, I feel, is one of the greatest challenges of modern activism, which is how do we learn to do that? That's why I'm interested in yoga or talking to people in this conference, because I get the sense that in order for us to have a revolution, where we don't repeat what's happening in the past and everything shifts and nothing changes, the consciousness has to shift. Evolution has to be part of the revolution. And so we have this interplay, this polarity between structure and consciousness. People can create the most amazing and enlightened structures that should be equitable for all, but if you still have the same consciousness that's operating it, you see what happens. Look what happened, and I saw in the mainstream crypto world, you had all the same human dynamics of extraction and manipulation and Ponzi schemes that it became, to the point where it's like it's almost casting a blight on what perhaps Bitcoin really could be or stand for, right? Because we can create different structures, but the consciousness has to shift with it. So my imploring to you is, how are you going to do also the work on the consciousness while you're designing the new systems? Because, and I'll close with this, we're at a very pivotal point in time. We're at the pivotal point of a new industrial revolution, and it's being driven by the advances beyond the information economy into this intelligence economy. We're operating at entirely new superstructures. In the past, this could never happen, where somebody with just the laptop can start to code new governance structures and new financial structures, right? New information and communication structures. You could never even dream of doing that in the past, right? And so this is huge. But the people that we're fighting against now used to be us. Because in the early industrial revolution, before this industrial revolution happened, there were nobles. It was a noble system where wealth and power was passed down through bloodlines, and the only way for that to change was for capitalism, for merchants to come in to be able to buy the factors of production, of land, labor, and capital, so they could start to democratize. And over the process, they started to make it have class mobility, where more and more people were able to rise up. They started to then democratization followed. So the very capitalist system that we're fighting now was the very system that took down the monarchic, hierarchical systems that were even more oppressive. But what happened? They were on this side pulling, and then before you know it, history turns them into the ones on this side. And then who appears? You guys. And then you're on this side now. Well, if you're not careful, and maybe it won't change, but I would like us to do a different myth, where the people who are on this side now don't become the ones that are sitting on this side 50 years from now. That's my request to each of you and your commitment in your hearts. And the only way that's going to happen is if you shift your consciousness. It's the only way. Because otherwise, you're going to have fighting within your organization alone, let alone the larger system. So take this seriously, because this same battle has been fought out in the annals of human history for time immemorial. This myth that I'm telling you, I've searched for this myth. I traveled in India to the biggest gathering, spiritual gathering on the planet, 60 million people in one town that I went in, connected to this myth, and they don't know how old it is. So this has been going on for a long time, a very, very long time. So this battle that you're fighting is an ancient battle. So let's pay attention so that we can recreate and unfold our own myth. And that's my request of you. Unfold your own myth. Let evolution drive the revolution. See from the position of the center. And let's do things differently. Thank you for listening.
sunscreen. If I could offer you one tip for the future, sunscreen would be it.
Yeah. Okay, folks, we had a nice little break there, 30-minute break to just kind of chill out. And wow, it's been an amazing day thus far. We've still got another whole day tomorrow, so I hope you're taking in a lot. A lot of it is technical, of course, and pretty high level for a lot of people, but that doesn't mean we can't contribute. So if you're a non-dev, you're just a fan of Nostr, you just are interested in this new protocol, that's what our next session is going to be about. So enjoy, share. We are going to have a Q&A. Again, shout out to the online audience. Post your questions into chat, and we'll do our best to relay those back in real. It won't be real time, but when we're in the Q&A. So through the presentation, post your questions into the chat online. And likewise for you guys out there, formulate a question. We'll have a Q&A for you, and going to be a great conversation. Okay, without further ado, let's welcome Jeff.
Okay, so yeah, like the good Reverend was saying, this is sort of a show or topic just on the very basics. What I want to do is run through a bunch of simple stuff, and I'm kind of starting from the assumption that no one knows anything, which I know you guys do know some things, so some of it will be a tiny bit repetitive, but hopefully it's helpful to just set a baseline. And then after that, we'll do a quick Q&A, and then hopefully we've got enough time at the end that we can sort of break off into kind of smaller groups to talk about specific topics, whether it's translations or documentation or design and that sort of thing. Okay, so I guess to start, just this is for anyone who wants to learn to contribute on Nostr. And like I said, I'm assuming kind of total non-technical expertise or understanding here. We're going to start super, super basic and then go up. And again, we'll go kind of quick. I'd also love this to, like be a little bit conversational. If you have a question and you want to ask it, in the meantime while I'm on a certain slide, that's fine. You might want to like run up to the microphone here or call one of these guys for the mic though. Okay, so the quick kind of agenda here, we're going to do a quick overview of the protocol, and then we're going to talk about the network, which is sort of distinct from the protocol. And then we're going to talk about Nostr beyond social. I think the use case that we're all mostly familiar with at this point is basically a Twitter clone, but that's definitely not all that Nostr can do. And then at the very end, we'll get into what Nostr needs and how non-technical folks can really be very helpful. Okay, so the protocol. A protocol is just simply an agreed upon way to pass information around. That's it. And I think that's a really important thing. A lot of people kind of confuse Nostr or think of it as a platform. It's not a platform. It is simply a protocol. It's just a set of instructions that say, if you want to pass a message that's valid in this system, it needs to look like this. So that's a good thing to start with is don't think of it as a full application or a platform. It is just simply instructions on how to send messages around. So the kind of atomic unit in Nostr is events. And those, you call them, you hear people call them notes or events. They're basically interchangeable. But an event is just a block of JSON. And JSON is just a human readable data format. That helps you structure the data in a way that's consistent, the way that computers and humans can look at it and pretty much understand it. And in this event, this JSON event, there's always a field called kind, and you've probably heard this a lot on different stages. Kind 0 is your metadata about your profile. Kind 1 is the simple kind of note when you're sending a note, a note on the clients. But there's lots and lots of different clients, and there's actually numbering all the way through kind of 9,999 or something like that, or 99,999. So devs over the future can propose new notes in or new kinds in NIPs, and say, hey, this is going to be a very specific kind of note that's going to be passed around. So to give you guys an idea of what this looks like, and this is probably really small, but this is an example of what a kind 1 JSON note looks like. It's pretty simple. The most important things in this are obviously the content. You've got a date on it. You've got the pub key who created the note. And then very importantly, at the bottom, you've got that SIG, S-I-G, which is the signature. And that is you validating, saying, yes, this is my pub key, or this is my private key that has signed this event. It's valid. To show you, there's kind 1. So kind 1 is the first one. So kind 0 is metadata. So this is what metadata looks like. Kind of interesting thing here is that you can see in kind of the middle block there, the content, key value pair, has actually got more JSON stuffed into it. And so it's a JSON object, but then the content value is also JSON. And that allows you to kind of put more structured data inside of the structured data object. And for those of you wanting to know what a zap looks like, it's quite a bit more complicated. There's a lot more fields that need to be in there, but it's just exactly the same data structure with a bit more stuff in it. So NIPs, I'm sure you guys have heard this thrown around quite a lot as well. NIPs are just documents that describe how the protocol should work. And NIPs are completely open. Anybody can propose a NIP. Anybody can write it. It's done through GitHub. Hopefully at the end, I'll do a little demo of for anybody that doesn't use or doesn't know how to use GitHub, just to show you what it looks like and how it works. But NIPs are really important because it's basically the community's way of proposing changes to the underlying protocol. And right now, there's NIPs flying around all over the place. And that's a good thing, right? Like, the protocol is not set in stone. We're not really sure what it's going to look like. We want to try out a whole lot of different things. And that's how we're going to do this. Over time, though, you would expect these to start to kind of ossify. You expect your NIPs to get hard after a while. And you expect that you don't want to change these things over time. As the protocol gets older and older, you change this stuff less and less. So I guess one important thing is, NIPs are not for feature requests. NIPs are not the place that you go and say specific things for certain clients. The NIPs are the extreme general abstraction of how the protocol functions. It's up to the relays and the clients to implement those NIPs, whether they want to. They don't have to. They're always optional, or most are optional. But that is not, going to the NIP repository and putting in feature requests for Damus that's not what you do. Yeah, mentioned this already. Anybody can do this. Anybody can contribute. Anybody can ask questions on the NIPs in the repo. I think that's, again, it's open comment. That's the whole point of having the community and having this repo be public. Okay, so how is the network itself distinct from the protocol? So if the protocol is just a set of instructions on how to push information around, the network is sort of that implemented and put into practice. And to just go over, I guess, back up a little bit, I wanted to do just a very, very hyper-abridged version of, how networked computing has evolved over time. At the very beginning, you had just a very simple, hey, we can plug these two computers together and we can send information back across, back and forth across a cable. And, in the 50s and 60s, that was amazing. Over time, we did what all good people tinkering with toys do. We just kept plugging things in and playing with it and making it more complicated. And over time, it got to the point where just simply plugging things together wasn't a situation that would scale. And so you ended up with this client-server architecture, which is often called Web 2. It's the kind of standard de facto model that appeared on the internet. The early internet was nothing but a bunch of computers that would talk over the phone lines and say, hey, I've got this file. Do you want to read this file? Okay, let me send it to you. And so everybody was just talking over each other, and it was a mess. Once it started to kind of settle, you ended up with this client-server architecture because you could have a very strong server somewhere that you put into DNS, which is just basically an address book, and say, hey, my server's at this address, come find us. And then all the people on their web browsers, the clients, could know how to get to that web address and know how to get that content from that centralized server. So it was a bit of a division of labor, effectively, and it worked really well for a very long time. Obviously, we're all here because there's some weird side effects that come out of this situation, but it's good to know kind of that's where it did come from. Obviously, the main drawback here, other than the centralization aspect, is that it actually, if your server goes down, no one can reach anything. Like, it's just down. We've all seen this. Website goes down, no one can reach it. So the take, and Nostr is not by any means the only system that does a kind of client relay setup like this. But the effective idea here is that you take that server architecture and you sort of abstract it into lots and lots of smaller pieces that all are holding roughly copies of the same data. And it allows you to connect to multiple different relays, and it allows the relays to serve lots and lots of different clients. This, in a lot of ways, is a much better way. It's a much more resilient and a much less censorable way to do things. But it also, has similar issues. If a relay goes down, all the data that was on that relay is, you know, unreachable by the clients. And so if other relays have copies of that same data, that's okay. But if they don't, then that data is gone. It also means that you can sort of end up in situations where, you know, these two clients on the outside here can't talk to each other anymore. They can't see that each other exists anymore because they were only connected through a relay that doesn't exist anymore. So it's important to understand that, you know, having the relays be a distributed system, but also a system where there is duplication across it, is a good thing. I think we've sort of reached the point in Moore's law where it's totally fine for the internet to have lots and lots of copies of the same data. It's not costly anymore, and so why wouldn't we do it? Okay, so I'll go into a little bit more detail on exactly kind of how to think about these things. So relays are just simply the servers, like I was saying. They receive information, they store that information, sometimes for a long time, sometimes very ephemerally, and then they send that information back out to clients that are looking for it. Relays, in a lot of ways, I mean, like on a spectrum, they can be very, very dumb. They can just say, we're open, we'll take anything you want to send, we'll store it forever, and we'll send it all back. Or relays can be very intelligent and can do a lot of spam filtering and, you know, can charge you per message or charge you for the amount of data that you're sending. So I think we're still in the early days of seeing how all this stuff shakes out. But the basic gist is a relay is effectively an internet-connected database. And again, users can, you know, have 100% to 0% overlap in, you know, their relay coverage. I think, to be honest, like this is going to be one of the major things that we need to figure out in the next year, I'd say, is like discoverability of relays and types of content and where that stuff lives, and how do clients start to get smart about figuring out which relays to ask for what types of data. You know, the idea right now where it's just like, let's have tons and tons of relays and we're all going to connect to all of them and just spew data at them is not really scalable. We want to have a smarter system where, you know, relays might be location-based or they might be topic-based, and your client should be smart enough to know, like, okay, this has got the Nostrica tag on it. I know I should go to the Nostrica relay because that's probably where most of the data here lives.
Do you want questions?
Yeah, go for it. Yep.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
As far as setting up your own relay, is it necessary or can you use others? And how much does it cost to set up your own relay?
It's absolutely not necessary. You don't need to set up your own relay. I think, you know, there's a host of different reasons why you might want to run your own relay, but it's by no means required. And again, like cost is from, you know, a couple of dollars. I mean, basically you need to run it on something. And so you can run a relay on your laptop, no problem. But obviously anytime you turn your laptop off, it's not going to work anymore. Or you can run it on very, you know, heavyweight Amazon AWS architecture, and yeah. And so
I put mine on AWS, but it depends on the traffic.
Exactly.
It just goes up in cost depending on, okay.
Exactly.
So
Depends on traffic, depends on data storage, depends on all of those things. And I guess the important thing here is there is no singular universe view, right? Like there's no global Twitter firehose feed that you can connect to with Nostr. It just doesn't exist. And so you kind of have to, you know, clients, and we'll get to this in a second, but like client developers have to kind of think about this and like how does the, you know, how do we help people with discovery, but also how do we give people kind of clues on, you know, what version of Nostr are they seeing? Are they getting kind of siloed down one, you know, rabbit hole, or are you getting kind of a broad spectrum of things? Okay, so clients is how you access the network. So if you think about, you've got the relay, which is kind of the database or the server. You've got, it's not a server, let's call it a database. And then you've got the clients who are mostly running in either your browser or on your mobile device. And the client is what connects to the relay and says, hey, give me the data. And so, you know, every time you open Damus, every time you open Snort, like it's connecting to a bunch of relays in real time, keeping connections to those relays open and saying, I'm subscribing to all the events you've got. Please just pour them at me, and I'll decide what to do with them when they arrive. And right now, a lot of clients are, I mean, again, like the relays, they're fairly simplistic. They just open a load of connections and say, spew the data at me. In the future, they should get a lot smarter and they should understand selectively so that they're not just pulling data from everywhere. You've probably seen people complaining about how much data Nostr clients use right now. And that's because they're basically pulling lots and lots of duplications from lots and lots of relays and then just getting rid of most of the data that they've pulled. So I think, yeah, and I said this a little bit earlier, but clients don't necessarily implement all of the NIPs, and they shouldn't, right? Like there's, I don't know how many people have seen abla.talk, I think it is, or abla.chat, something like that, which is like the long form content Nostr client. And so it looks more like Medium. It's like blog posts and things, but it doesn't want to see kind 1 events. It only wants to see those long form events. And so it only implements, the long form NIP versus everything else. Yeah. What's the difference between a bot and a bot account? Okay. Yes. Good question. So yeah, what he asked me, what's the difference between a bot and a bot account? So a bot, think of a bot as like, there's Telegram bots that you can like interact with that do stuff for you. Washer and stuff connected to Nostr, and it would like, send a note for when the dishes were done. Those are like, they're not human accounts, but they're accounts that are actually doing something and pushing information around. I think bot accounts are also the same thing, but they're different in the sense that they're trying to look human and get you to engage with something rather than like trying to perform some information for you. So I don't know. It's a bit of a nuanced thing, but yeah. Oh, you guys okay? It just keeps. I should probably just set it so that it doesn't go to sleep as well, but okay. Hang on 1 second, guys. Yeah, I was just wanting to make it so I won't fall asleep here over and over. Okay. Okay, and then the second to last piece that I want to cover here is users, which is us, right? So you've got relays, you've got clients, and then you've got the people that actually use the clients to see the data. And I think it's important that we think about this as a distinct piece of the network puzzle. Social incentives and like the social contract that the whole community has plays a big part in how stuff moves forward here. So users are both humans and computers, as we just talked about. And again, this is by far the messiest part of the entire system, right? Like computers do exactly what you tell them to do in exactly the way that they've been told to do it. And that might not be exactly what you thought was going to happen, but they've done exactly what you told them to do. With humans, you can never, ever be quite so certain. The last piece of kind of the network puzzle, which is not technically implementing any part of the protocol, but I think is really important at this stage, is the kind of tooling around how developers are building clients and building relays and using things. And these tools exist to serve both developers in their building of things, but also serve us in our keeping our keys safe, like using Albi's extension in the browser so that you're not adding your private key everywhere. So I would expect that this will be a really big area of development over the coming year or two. And then all of a sudden it'll start to settle down and people will be like, yes, these are the 3 or 4 different extensions that everybody uses. Hopefully it's a lot more than 3 or 4. But tools are a really, really important part of being able to use the system in an easy way. Okay, this is gonna be very, very quick. I actually don't wanna kind of rehash the arguments. Like if you're interested, please go look at, I think it's just fiat-jaf/Nostr. And it's just a single file that sort of was the initial reasoning behind why do we even need a new protocol like this. And he lays out kind of the differences between centralized Web 2 entities like Twitter, federated systems like Mastodon, and other systems like Nostr. So if you're interested in kind of understanding, right from the source what the interest and what the reasoning was, I would highly suggest going and checking out that doc. And another thing, just, Nostr is not social. Like, that's the first simple use case that I think we've all latched onto and has sort of caught on. But it's much broader than that. And the way I kind of like to think about it is that it's decentralized publishing of all types. You can publish video, you can publish audio, you can publish full websites, you can publish books, you can publish blog posts. Like, anything and everything that's information that you want to pass around the internet can be done through Nostr, which is like kind of mind-blowing when you start to think about it. I was joking with somebody, I was like, who's going to build the Netscape for Nostr? Like the first web browser that only looks at Nostr notes and isn't looking at HTML and JavaScript and a bunch of other things. But that's totally possible. Like, you could build that right now. And so I think because of that, Nostr has this weird possibility of actually being able to fully re-architect the internet. We could go from a system where it's mostly client-server relationships with a browser in between to client relay relationships with the Nostr version of a browser in between. Or like Pablo likes to say, loads and loads of little micro apps that do one specific thing, you know, in ways that are completely open instead of being captured by a single app store. Okay. Does all that make sense? Does anybody have any questions? Yes, question. Do you have a mic? Hang on one second. Is there a mic? Okay, just say it and I'll repeat it. Yeah. No worries.
Could you please go deeper about Nostr isn't social, it's decentralized publishing?
Sure. So if you think about how the protocol functions, it's basically just these notes, those like JSON blobs of data, and an agreed upon way that those bits of data are being passed around between things. And so because of that, there's no need for it to only be a Twitter use case. It would sort of be like saying that because Twitter uses HTML to build the pages that you look at in a web browser, that HTML is only social. It's not. You can use those JSON blobs, and in fact, most APIs these days actually use JSON as the data format to pass data back and forth. So if you think about it more broadly and just say, okay, well, if we're passing just general information around, what can we do with that? We can do a lot of things with that. We can do, it's effectively what the internet is now. We're just doing it with a slightly different format and a slightly different protocol. And so that's how I kind of get to decentralized publishing, in the sense that if it was centralized publishing, we could have the same notes. I mean, Twitter, when it had an API, was centralized publishing. You would send data in JSON format to Twitter's server, and they would say, okay, we got it, we're going to store it for you. But in the end, they got to just turn the entire API off and keep all of that data for themselves. And you had, none of the developers, none of the users had any say in that situation. With Nostr, it's different. If there's a relay that's behaving badly, users will just stop using it and they'll go to somewhere else, and they will take all their data with them. And this is why I say it's really important for us not to end up in a situation where everybody connects to just one relay, to Damus, because they're the most popular client at the moment, but none of the other relays are connected to anymore. It's really important that we keep a really broad spectrum of relays, and that we kind of think of them almost as like backups of my data. And to Michelle's question earlier, that actually might be one reason why you want to run your own relay, just for you. You can just write all of your content to your relay, not let anybody else do that, and then you've got a very small, cheap relay that if something ever happened, you'd be able to sort of reload all of your content back into the system.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it make sense to have like archive nodes or nodes that are distributing your data from day one? Because if you, like you said, use Damos and everything goes in there, and Damos, like churning is off, you have the same problem, right? So the user needs to have, like from day one in the usage, own node or more nodes they trust, or archive nodes that makes a copy every 24 hours to somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's totally possible that could end up being a system or a way we solve the problem, right? And I think most clients right now, when you sign up, they try and push you to connect to more than one relay for sure, which I think is good. Everybody's kind of acting well in the space at the moment. We shouldn't assume that's the case, though. And I think, again, like back to that micro apps idea, like a backup service, which I've seen, I can't remember what it's called, but
somebody is running a backup service, and it's basically like, send me some sats, and I will pull everything I can find about you off of all the relays you tell me to connect to, and store that for you indefinitely. Now, again, you're centralizing all your data onto their service, but if you really wanted to be defensive about it, you could run your own relay, you could back up to a few services, and you could connect to a host of different relays. And with relative certainty, you're probably fine. I mean, again, though, like, no situation is fully foolproof unless you really go down the rabbit hole and, like, I run multiple relays in multiple secure facilities that I own that have, 3 steps of backup power and all sorts of other things. So I think it's kind of like, what are you publishing on Nostr, and is it so important that you absolutely, definitely need to have it going forward?
Would a system like BitTorrent makes any sense, so that everyone with their own hard drive space and networks are like a little archive node, so where everyone is like playing the archive game for everyone else, so it's distributed the whole time. You don't know what is exactly on your drive, but you said, for example, 500 megabytes or 1 gigabyte is for the public.
Yeah, that's totally possible. I mean, like, that could easily be a solution. So yeah, somebody should build that. That actually would be pretty cool. Okay.
Jeff?
Yes, go for it.
So you mentioned in the Nostr isn't social part that we can use it to publish anything. What about binary? Because I remember Fiat Jeff saying he wasn't too keen about us sending base 64 image over Nostr. But so how about multimedia, basically?
Yeah, to be honest, I think that's an open discussion. I don't know if there's like an open NIP going for that, but I do think that's one drawback at the moment of the protocol, is that there isn't a way to send binary data or blob data, and so I think it'll be solved, is my guess. In the meantime, I think services like Nostr.build or Voidcat are great for that sort of thing. Okay. Okay, so getting to the kind of bulk of what we were supposed to be talking about. How can people that are not developers help in this space? And there's a ton of really, really important ways. So one, I mean, first things first, like, don't be intimidated by the fact that you don't code and that there's a lot of random jargon being thrown around that you might not understand. I think most developers that I know are more than happy to explain stuff. So it's mostly just a question of going, stop, what is that, what do you mean? And I think most people are going to be happy to explain what they're talking about. With that in mind, though, there's a few things that I think are really important at the moment for non-technical folks to do, and for just any user of Nostr to use or to do. And the first is sort of just simple, like QA and bug reports. All the clients right now, all the relays, they're building as fast as they possibly can build on kind of shoestring budgets for the most part, out of the goodness of their hearts in most cases. And they're not going to spend time testing every possible permutation of every feature they build. And so it's really helpful, they can push it out into the wild, and when you find something weird or something broken, take the time to report that bug in a really good way. I'm going to come back to this in just a second and talk a little bit more about it. The product and design aspect as well, like, the only way we go from a couple thousand users to many millions of users is if the experience is incredibly easy and enjoyable. Most users, 99.5 plus, are not going to care about the decentralized aspect. They just won't. Like, you're never going to sell most people on the fact that, like, you can't be deplatformed and you can't be censored. Like, most people on Twitter are never going to be deplatformed or censored. So they don't see that as a problem. It's not a thing. So I think product and design is really about thinking, how do we take what this is and what we know is really important about it, but explain it to people in ways that they care about and in ways that feel like addresses problems that they have, problems they have is like also just having fun. That's a problem you have, a value that is given to you. Translations is another one. Again, we don't go from a couple thousand to several million without having this available in many languages. And the beauty of a system where we have a huge community is that everybody speaks everything eventually. So you can easily get to apps that are translated into dozens and dozens of languages in a short matter of time. Documentation is a little bit harder. This is where I think you need to have a little bit of technical understanding, or you need to have somebody who's very technical that can help explain it to you in a way that you deeply understand. The trick with documentation always is that no developer wants to write it because they want to write code. And two, it's actually really difficult to write good documentation because you're taking, sometimes very complicated, very abstract concepts and trying to simplify it and make it clear in, written language, and that's not always easy. So if you're a good writer and you've got some technical chops or some, technical capacity, that's a really great place to help. And then the last one is purple pill dispensers. We just need to get more people on the platform, and just telling people about this is actually a really great way to help. Okay, so let's talk more about QA and bug reports. We are all using clients, and the clients are all users of relays. So you as a user are you're maybe less likely to run into issues with relays, but you're certainly likely to run into lots of issues with clients. So that's a great place to start. Almost everything that's being built on Nostr is being built in GitHub, or is the code is stored in GitHub. So if you don't have a GitHub account, I would encourage everybody to go sign up for a GitHub account, at least until we've got the Nostr version of GitHub up and running. But sign up for an account. It's a simple app. It's not that complicated. Hopefully I can do a demo here in a little bit. And if you find something that's broken, take the 5 minutes to go and write a bug report for the developers in that project. You can Google search GitHub Damus, and you'll immediately find the repository where the code lives. And as soon as you land on that page, there's a thing that says issues, and it's a tab at the top, and you click that, and you can create a brand new issue. The important thing about writing issues is that you need to write an issue that's actually useful for the developer. It is not it's not helpful to just DM Will and be like, hey, Will, I found a bug. Or just mention him in a comment and be like, hey, Will, I ran into this weird thing, without telling him how you got there or what you were doing or how to reproduce it. So when you go to write a bug report, it's really important to think about what device you're using, what the situation was, what you were trying to do, what went wrong, and what you expected to happen that didn't happen. You don't need to be hyper detailed about any of that. It can easily just be 4 or 5 sentences. But the more information that you give the developers, the quicker they're going to be able to fix the bug. Because if you write them a great issue, they're going to see that issue. They're going to almost immediately be able to parse out what's going on and what might be the problem. And then they're going to be able to jump in and fix it straight away. Okay, so product and design, I feel really passionate that this is one of the most important things that most open source projects fail because of. If products are not incredibly easy to use, beautiful, enjoyable to use, people just aren't going to use them. You'll get the niche audience that's totally happy to put up with the pain and suffering of terrible UI, but you won't get the mass audience. So if you are a PM or are a designer, in your day job or whatever, find a project that you're interested in, passionate about, and offer those services. I think, developers love to have kind of people going through their GitHub repos, kind of curating issues and making sure that things are a bit organized. They love to have people kind of trying to help organize what's going to happen when and in what order. And if you're a designer, they will very happily, or even better, like a front-end developer, they'll very happily take your help on, cleaning up what their UX is. I think the other piece here, though, is do remember to be patient. It is really early. Everything's changing really fast. I think it's probably in Nostr's benefit that it's a bit ugly and hard to use for most people while it's in this infant stage. We actually don't want 10 million people to start using it next week. It's healthy for it to take a little while and kind of, bump up over time. And then I guess the last thing is just spend time talking to the developers of these products and telling them what your experience with their product is. Even if it's not a bug report, tell them how you're using it, why you're using it, what you value about it, what you think is cool. Because all those things are kind of a network of dots that help them, sort of connect up the constellation around their product and understand what people might want in the future. I heard Will saying yesterday, one of his goals is just to do stuff that's fun for users. But how does he know what's fun if people don't tell him what's fun? So just share your experiences. Okay, translations. Like we were saying before, it's pretty simple. More, translations, more different languages, more users. Some projects are using specific tools, there's one called Transifex that I know Damus and a few others are using. And they're basically tools to make it a little easier to manage doing the translated versions of software. Again, be patient. This is actually kind of a pain to code into a project. And so it can sometimes take a little longer depending on how the app is built. But you can absolutely offer to help. And sometimes even just Google Doc with like, hey, this is like the different bits of text that I saw in your app. I wrote the bit of text and then an equal sign and here's what it is in another language. That's often enough for them to start to piece it together when they need to. And then, like I was saying, documentation is actually incredibly important, but often quite difficult because you're trying to translate something abstract, something potentially very technical, into words that make sense to the broadest number of people. But it is incredibly important. If you've got really clear documentation, it's much easier for new developers to come in, pick up, and move forward on it. Yeah.
I had a quick question about the translation. And
Sure.
This may This may be a really stupid question,
No.
so I apologize.
Go for it.
Why is the like translating something limited to like actually manually doing it by a human? Why aren't why isn't the protocol able to interface with something like Google Translate if you needed to get a translation like quickly and instantly? Because well, like just take Instagram for example. If I follow someone in Brazil and they post a caption in Portuguese, I can just click right there, see translation.
So that's actually a different problem. So translating of content in notes and things, I know there's actually clients that already do that. Like I know Iris allows you to like select a translation service, and often you've got to like have your own API key, and it's a bit tricky, but there are clients that do that already. I think the piece with the translations that we're talking about here is like the actual app code. So when it says, following or profile or like all these little words that are scattered around the app, those all have to be translated. And it's in the app code to load, what version of that, what language it should be loading. So yeah, I think there's kind of two things there. Like one, yes, you can also do the app translation using Google Translate. You're never really sure though if you don't speak the language if you're getting it slightly wrong, which is why it's great to have native speakers doing it. But yeah, translation of the actual content of messages can also be done in a machine way, but obviously again you get the same problem. You're never really sure if it's perfect or not. Okay, so a couple of concrete things. Like some of the nips are in pretty bad need of editing or improvement. Like I am very technical and I have a lot of trouble with several of the nips when you're reading through them trying to understand what it is they're referring to or talking about. So I think there's plenty of scope for great copywriters or just great writers to dive in there. There's, I think, people building tutorials like, try to set up a client and record a YouTube video or a screencast. Like try to, start your own relay and see how it goes. Write a tutorial or a blog post or something and put it out there on the internet so that other people can find it. All that stuff is effectively documentation of the system. The last one is help me make Nostr how better. So I maintain Nostr.how. It's pretty basic and I never have enough time to work on it. So I am always happy when people go, hey, I made a guide to this other client that you didn't have that I like to use, or hey, I want to help you translate stuff, or any of that stuff. So that's very much an open source project. I would love to have as many contributors there as possible. And yeah, last one is kind of purple pill dispensers. And get other people on Nostr. I think a really important part of that is to do it and listen very closely to what they say back, like what their objections are, or as they're trying to use it, what they're having trouble with. The reason I actually created Nostr.how is because when I started using Nostr to begin with, it took me a couple hours and I was like, whoa, this is like kind of complicated. And I was like, if I'm finding this complicated, this must, like lots of other people are going to find this really difficult. And so it was just a really simple, like, let me do a step-by-step, guide with a couple of screenshots to show people, you do this and then this and then this and then this. So I think listening really closely and again, sending that experience back to the developers of clients or whatever it is important. Okay. Did you want to come up? No? Okay. Okay, I think that's it for the presentation half. Is there any other questions you want to cover before we kind of break off into some smaller groups? Yeah.
Thanks. Hi. This is super basic. I've never logged a bug on GitHub. Is there a way to add a template for when people are filing bugs?
So there are ways to do that, but it's up to the maintainer of the repo to do it. So like Will would have to do it for the Damus repo, and his template might look different than anybody else's template.
Okay.
The basic gist, though, is like, what happened?
Yeah.
What did I expect to happen? And like, here's some steps that I can do to reproduce the problem regularly.
Right.
The hardest bugs to fix are ones that aren't reproducible. So if you see a bug and it's like kind of weird and you try to do it again and it doesn't happen, those are the worst ones to try to fix. If you can do something and like every single time you do the steps in this order, it breaks, then it's really easy to fix usually.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and does it allow screenshots and video recordings? and
Yes,
stuff?
totally. Yep, you can drop GIFs in, you can do screenshots, you can do all sorts of stuff.
Okay.
So, yeah, like if we have, I think we've got enough time. Maybe what I'll do is like I'll do a group up here, kind of doing a very quick GitHub demo for anybody that's interested in that. I think Terry was wanting to do translation type stuff. He's over here. So if you are interested in translation or that sort of stuff, you can go talk to Terry. Do we have any like designers or product managers that want to do product stuff? Yeah? Cool, okay. So we'll do some like design product stuff in the back corner over there. Anybody else have a topic that they're keen on talking about other than those things? Okay, cool, we'll do that then. Yeah.
Do you want to host any of those topics for the live stream?
Yeah, I'll do that because I'll just use my computer to do the GitHub thing. So we'll do that for the live stream. Yeah, yeah. Okay, get up and move around where you want to go. If you actually want to do the GitHub thing, I would suggest coming up closer because the screen's not that big, and when I load GitHub, it's going to be super, super small. So.
We actually now have the technology for you to connect on your own device and view the presentation. So the details about it are in the Nostrica announce channel in Telegram, and you need to download VLC on whatever device you want to view it on, but it works. Make sure to mute your device because it turns on at full volume and it's about 20 seconds delayed.
Okay, and also a quick reminder that we've got another session coming up at the top of the hour. So if you're getting productive in your groups, you might want to continue and take that outside because it might get a bit noisy. And obviously, we're not wanting to have chatter during the next presentation. So what's going to happen in the last session here? So a small little confession on my part. If anybody I haven't met, I'm Reverend Hodl. And I tried to onboard a musician once. Thought I could get him going with a wallet, and it didn't work. Well, I found this developer who's going to be talking at 4 o'clock, and his solution was simple because this has been a non-dev conversation. I'm a non-dev, and I was able to get a guy who played saxophone a QR code to get him sats. So if I can do it, you can do it, and you're going to learn about that at 4 o'clock. So make sure you're here for that session, and we'll be back to main stage right then.
I'm ready. You can talk into that mic and the stream will hear it, but nobody else will.
Okay.
And let's hope this around the other side.
Let me.
No, we got
I think it's okay. Yeah. I can get you a link in a minute, though. Okay. I should probably not into the live stream. Okay. Anybody that's wanting to do GitHub stuff, come up here. Or yeah, you'll be in the live stream. Oh, no signal. Yeah. Cool. That's like actually almost easy to read. Okay. Okay, cool. So let's just, I'll just start going through this, and we can kind of look at repo and how it works and everything. So GitHub is basically just a Git repo, like a client to look at Git repos. And Git is just a system that allows you to store code changes over time without losing any of the history. So it's basically the best system that we have right now for tracking code over time and being able to merge in new code changes and understand what's changing in a code base over time. So easiest way to find anything with GitHub is just Google search. You just GitHub and then whatever the name of the thing is. Like if you go to like GitHub Iris Nostr, we'll probably find it pretty quick. Yep. There's the Iris client. From Malmi. So let's go back to Damus and we'll go from there. So you can see across the top here, there's the code first off. So this is what the actual Damus client is made of. So when Will works on it, he's basically opening a version of this locally on his machine and just typing away in it. Each file is a different piece of code, that runs different things. And so most of the repos will have a license, which tells you whether or not you're allowed to copy it, how you're allowed to use it. There's a README usually. The README will always show up down here, so you can see, Will's got a basic, README under here that kind of goes through some information about how stuff works. Usually the README on a Git library is for how to get the piece of software up and running. So if you're a developer, the README is where you put like, okay, first, you clone the repo, you have it locally, then you've got to run, this command to get all the dependencies installed, and then you run this command to start it up. Because this is an iOS app, that's not the case. You can't just run this locally on your iPhone, because unless you're a developer, that doesn't work. So what you end up, so that's that. Issues is where all the bugs go. And you can see there's 218 open issues here, 93 closed issues. And you can see here that they're actually opened by all sorts of different people. So Lima 46 Zulu, whatever this is. Yeah, all these different people are opening issues. And if we open this up, you can see what happens when I do this thing. Closing and opening the app fixes it. What I think should happen, and that's all they've written. It's 2 quick paragraphs, but it gives Will in this case just enough information as to like, okay, where should I go? And the developers know what parts of the code do what, and so when you tell them such and such thing is broken, they can very quickly kind of zero in on that and go, okay, that's probably what I'm going to be looking in.
Is opening issues one of the best ways to break the ice into like contributing?
Yeah, for sure. And the nice thing about these is, usually no one bothers with any of these things on the side for open source projects. For closed source, like internal company things, oftentimes you'll have like a PM assigning things to different engineers or whatever, but usually you just leave all that empty. And I'm not signed in here, but if you're signed in, you will see kind of a comment, block at the bottom here. And if there's comments, let's see if we can find one with a bunch of comments on it. Yeah, here you go. So here's one that has a bunch of comments. So this person asked a bunch of stuff. This is almost less of a bug and more of like a random question or feedback. But you can see, they went back and forth a little bit on, what was going on there. And I don't know, this is open still, but I mean, it looks like it might supposed to be closed now.
Will close it, or
Will would close it, yeah. Now, depends on how they have things set up, because the maintainer of the repo, the person that owns it, has all sorts of options on what they will allow other people to do and not do. So sometimes you'll see that you can close your own issues, but usually you just let the developer do it, because they're going to be the ones that know for sure whether it's closed or not. Yep, they're all here. So you can see like we're now filtering on open issues. But if you go here, there's like a, just a tab here, you go closed, and you can see all the closed issues. And you can like filter through different things here and sort them in different ways.
So is it just in bugs, or can you do like feature requests too?
You can. It depends on how the developer likes to do it, whether they actually want feature requests in their issues or not. Some teams like that, some teams don't. Usually, yeah, and like usually that's probably just a question for the dev. And I think, yeah, like it'll vary by project, and it's totally okay to like open a feature request type thing and say, I'm not sure if this belongs here or you guys want feature requests, but I feel like this would be really useful for this type of use case, or I've experienced, or I've talked to people that have, X, Y, and Z. Okay, the other pieces of this, I mean, you see a lot of products use pull requests. A pull request is basically just saying, I want you to merge a change into the code base. So a real common workflow here is, say I download, this code base locally on my computer. I will open what's called a branch. So it's just a kind of virtual copy of the code. I will make a bunch of changes. And then when I'm done, and I'm like, okay, I've implemented this new feature, and I want Will to put it back onto the main thing and release it as part of the product, a pull request is kind of a formal request to merge your branch back into the main branch. So Git kind of functions on this system of branches and commits. And so a commit is basically just a set of changes. And you can do lots and lots of commits and then decide to merge them all back in. But then, sort of like a blockchain, it keeps this unbroken string of commits over time. So you can always go back and look, like, who made the change on that line of code 3 years ago? And, what was the pull request? And, like, is there any other information that might be helpful for me to understand there? In theory. In theory. There's a whole, like, way of doing, like, pull request reviews, and like that's kind of why GitHub as a product is so valuable and so helpful. It really manages the full like kind of life cycle workflow of how do developers build things and like manage those changes. So oftentimes you'll end up with a PR where, and actually the NIP repository is maybe a good one to go look at because you can see here that like people open, because again, this is just a code repository, but instead of being code that runs, some bit of software, it's just markdown files. And so it's just a whole bunch of files for each NIP. And if we let's go look at number one. You can see here that this is what it formats to in GitHub, but the raw file looks completely different. So this is what raw markdown looks like. And markdown's just a really simple way of formatting text. Without having to do kind of rich text editing with other things like that. So one, if you're going to do anything in GitHub, learn Markdown. It's super, super simple. GitHub actually allows you to write and like write with a WYSIWYG editor, but it's helpful to know, and it takes like no time. But you can see probably in some of the pull requests here.
And they're from different people all over, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you can see here, this is about deleting a pub key. And so, he's suggesting that we have some way of doing this. And you can see that the, discussion ensues effectively. And if you look at the pull requests, oh, sorry, that was one. You can see files changed. And this is the kind of view that as a maintainer or somebody that is allowed to make changes in the repository, this is what you're looking at. And when you have the ability to make changes to the repo, you get kind of a way to say start a review, and you go through a slightly more formal thing of like you go through each file that's changed. You can click on any of these plus signs down here. Where'd my mouse go? And start comments like on individual lines of code. And so when you get into like actually managing the merging and things, it gets a little bit more complicated. But to get started, it's not. And then there's a bunch of other things that I think most things don't use. Like, these are all a little bit out of date. It looks like people are trying to do, like, I would say some repos might use discussions for feature requests. It's probably a better place to put them than bugs. Actions are very, programmer focused. It's like what stuff should happen around when you merge issues or change things. And then security and insights is different as well. So Any other questions on stuff you want to see? Yeah, it's kind of like a simple little forum. So like if we go into this one, for instance, I guess it's only got, oh no, it's got 40 different comments and replies and stuff. So yeah, it's a way of just starting a conversation. And again, who knows if Will ever looks at that or not? Might never look at it. But like that's, at least you're putting it out there, yeah. 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 I mean, the way I always think about this is the best products are built when you start from a place of trying to deeply understand the problem you're trying to solve with the product or the change. And so I think like when you're thinking about a feature request or you're running into a bug or you're thinking about like how, a product to build, if you're wanting to build a product, like spend all the time in the world sharpening the axe and thinking about the problem before you actually go to build anything or suggest, create an issue to suggest a feature request or whatever. Because the more information that you can write down in that space of like, hey, this is the problem as I see it. This is who that problem, who's experiencing that problem. This is why it matters that we solve it for them. And this is how I think we could solve it. Because, the worst thing in the world is when you get people who are just like, why are you being such an idiot? Why don't you just implement this thing? It's like a very naive way of looking at products and like, how products change and how features are built. I don't know, anything else you want to go over? Yeah, so Markdown is just a really simple, we'll just go back and look at it. Yeah. Well, thankfully, a lot of times you don't necessarily, when you're doing stuff in GitHub, you don't necessarily need to know Markdown because they've got an editor that is, you can just hit, Command B and it'll make bold. What it's doing in the background is it's translating all that into Markdown, but it does it for you. Once you start to use Markdown for a little while, it gets very, very easy to just like write it. But I mean, because like you can see here, like there's backticks on stuff that makes code blocks. There's these two hashes in front makes a heading. An H2, a heading 2 tag. The 3 backticks in JSON makes a code block that's JSON color coded. Yeah, it's actually, it was built to be ultra simple and to make it so that people didn't have to write HTML. So if you're thinking about documentation from a documentation point of view, again, it sort of depends on where that documentation is or where it needs to be. The NIPS is maybe a decent version of that. So let's go see if we can find. Okay, here's a good one. Let's pretend we find a typo here, just as a really silly small example. The way that you would do that is you need to first, and this is the thing. The easiest thing to do would be just to create an issue and say, hey, right here in this, line 25 in this NIP, there's a typo in this word. And then somebody that has access to change it can do it very quickly. If you're going to do it with a pull request, you need to do what's called cloning the repo. You need to copy it to your local machine, and then you need to open it up, which literally just it copies down and there's a folder on your desktop. You open that folder, you go to the file, you find the line that's done, you change fix the typo, and then you have to use git commands to create a pull request, and that's where it gets a bit tricky. Actually, I say that, but then there's GitHub Desktop, which is probably, this is probably actually an easier, less tech way to do this. Because like when I go to use, I just use the terminal. And so like I do everything with get from the terminal. So it's like, get, let's see, like if I go to Yeah, but they're pretty complicated sometimes. Like, and Git breaks in super weird way. Yeah, it's hard setting it up. So, like GitHub Desktop is probably the right way to go. And GitHub Desktop, like it's an app that shows you all the GitHub stuff and allows you to make changes in the app so that it sort of hides all the complexity. Yeah, it hides all the complexity. So that's probably a good way to do it. But I think, for small changes like that, by far the easiest way is like create an issue and show people, or And if you're writing documentation, oftentimes for projects, it's that README file, and that's like all the documentation there is. It's like a single file. But sometimes that file can be 1,000 lines long because they've got paragraphs and headings and tables of data and all sorts of stuff there that help people understand how to use it. So again, it's all Markdown. Not at all. That's great. That's always helpful. And again, like play with GitHub Desktop. Like get comfortable like doing some stuff with your own repo. Like when you sign up for GitHub, you can create free public repos, as many as you want. So just create a repo, put a couple of Markdown files in it, learn to push that back up to the to GitHub. Because again, the way GitHub works is, Git is a distributed system. GitHub is a centralized capture of that distributed system. But you can have your code on GitHub. You can have your own relay of Git running on another computer. You have Git running on your local computer, and you're basically just keeping copies of the same information in a bunch of places. And so when you tell Git, okay, I've downloaded the information from here, I want to push my changes back to that same place, and I want you to kind of merge that into what was there before. Okay. No. Usually it gets rejected because you can't, unless you own the repo and you've got it set up so that you can just push straight back on top of it. Git will be like, you can't do that. And so basically Git wants you to say, okay, create a pull request to show, from my branch, to the base branch or the main branch, I'm creating a pull request from here to here. And then the person reviews that and says, yeah, good. And when you merge it, Git has a lot of strategies on how do you merge changes in code together so that nothing breaks. And so, if there's a conflict, it'll tell you, and you've got to do all sorts of, stuff to get out of the conflict and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I guess with code bases, it's maybe a little bit less marketing in the sense that if you're talking about the Iris client doesn't need someone to go and make their README super great for non-technical audiences, because anybody that's going to be going to work on the client, the client code base, they're a developer. They get it. I think much more helpful is things like Nostr How, where how do you take a complicated topic and make it relatable for people? How do you give people very straightforward step-by-step process to understand how to get started with a certain thing? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think over time, maybe the clients and the relays don't care as much, but some of the tool stack will care a lot about hey, here's how you use our tools to work with relays, or hey, the relays actually might have documentation that's here's all the different options that you can pass to the relay to turn on and off certain features. If you want a paid relay, you gotta do it this way. Again, those are usually developer-centric things, and so it kind of doesn't, the straightforward stuff. Yeah, the straightforward stuff makes sense. But yeah, I'm always looking for help on this, so go for it. Yeah. This is always want help. So GitHub.com, and then I'll just do this. Nostrica. Yeah, post issues. This is actually. Yes, yeah, you do. Yeah. If I merge one of your pull requests, you show up in the contributors thing. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, I'd love hundreds of. Wow, it's not showing up in Google. That's crazy. I mean, I've gotten a bunch of those. Actually. Let me see if I can go and find the repo real quick. The code, yeah. Because they don't want to deal with it, but yeah, but it is important. So yeah, this is, again, this is a code base. You can run the app, you can run Nostr How locally if you want, but fundamentally the app is, no, not that it's in this pages directory here, and these are all the pages. So the get started page is Markdown, effectively. And so look, you can see here that GitHub has formatted the Markdown and shows you more or less like a simplified version. Yeah, but if you look at like the raw file, this is what I look at in a code editor when I'm writing the page. And you can see here like there's links, which is these kind of square brackets and then round brackets, and then there's ways to embed images and things like that in it. Yeah, all the stuff that matters to the content is Markdown. There's a bunch of other stuff around it that's like written in JavaScript. Yeah, but the content itself is all Markdown. It is Next.js, so it's a flavor of React. I would love to cover everything. Clients, relays, like anything and everything. Like I would love this to sort of become a Wikipedia almost of Nostr and information. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. All right. I think we're probably in the way here, so we'll get out of here. Yeah, you're welcome.